Lakshmi is believed to have emerged from the ocean, and devotees worship her for blessings of prosperity. Another divine figure, Dhanvantari, the physician of the gods and an incarnation of Vishnu, also appeared carrying the Amrita, underscoring the day's connection to health and wealth. Astrologers such as Vats note the festival's dual blessings traditionally associated with wealth. Dhanteras is also linked to health, with prayers to Dhanvantari promoting healing and well-being. The observance of Dhanteras, also known as Lakshmi Puja, includes varied customs across India. In Maharashtra, dried coriander seeds mixed with jaggery are offered to Lakshmi. Many light sky lamps and diyas to honor Yama, the god of death, for protection. Evening rituals involve singing bhajans and offering sweets to Lakshmi, while families purchase new items like gold, silver, and kitchenware to symbolize luck and prosperity for the coming year. Village communities extend blessings to their livelihoods, with farmers honoring cattle through rituals and treats. In South India, particularly Tamil Nadu, Brahmin families observe Dhanteras by preparing marundu, a traditional medicine that balances the body's tridosh, marking an Ayurvedic approach to health and longevity. In Gujarat, family gatherings feature festive meals like dabat and malpua, showcasing regional diversity. Each aspect of Dhanteras, from cleaning and renewal to offerings and health rituals, embodies the essence of welcoming auspiciousness. Each aspect of Dhanteras, from cleaning and renewal to offerings and health rituals, embodies the essence of welcoming auspiciousness, health, and prosperity for the year ahead. Grace Komolafe, Soup News Television.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilobunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
First of all, the rebranding. Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content, and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
You think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market? Why keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn something. See something. This is super business.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Amboseli University, where he laid the foundation for his future career and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he is also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
First of all, the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content, and materials first. If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
You think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market? Why keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn something. See something. This is super business. Good morning and welcome to your regular show. This is SBL Souk Business Landscape, and wherever you're watching us from, we are reaching you from Lagos, and this is Souk News Television. It's a pleasure seeing you this beautiful Monday morning. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. Today on XBL, we will look at what's happening with Pengassin, Dangote, federal government. We'll also be asking ourselves some basic questions. Exactly whose responsibility it is to protect the ordinary person and ordinary business when these two elephants fight. Issues that are arising, major stories on the blog. So we need you to go on our social media handles. Go to every of the platform. Seek out Souk News TV. Join this conversation because it concerns you. Whether you like it or not, it concerns you. We'll also be looking at what's happening in Europe. A lot of people are migrating directly, indirectly, legally, illegally. Why? These are questions that beg for answers that we still find difficult to answer. Why? A lot of questions and a lot of answers we'll be trying to resolve and bring up on this table today. I say again, my name is Chuks, John Rogers Chuks, and on this table that happens to be alive, I am privileged to introduce to you once again the fair one. Oyepriye, good morning.
Good morning to you, Chuks, John Rogers Chuks. I hope you had a fantastic weekend.
It was good, but it was short.
It was good and short, yeah, quite very short. I agree with you on that. I'm Oyepriye Kurumale. It's nice to be right in front of your face again this brand new week. I hope they are keeping up with the traffic this morning.
Well, I'm not going to keep my lips short or tied on that one. We'll come and we'll talk about it. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, I'll get to introduce our Zoom guests to you, and we will start this particular program for the day. Hey, don't go anywhere. It's very short.
Think like that because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
You think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this particular fight to keep for their staff. Within this side, let's also learn see something. This is super business nice.
Welcome back. It's the SBL. Now, on the other side of the continent, far from us, we'll have a guest who will be joining us via Zoom. He's a regular on this particular program. He's a social commentator and a policy analyst. Mukhtar Amin, good morning and welcome to SBL today.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, it's nice having you. You look dapper and always fresh to join us. Thank you very much for sacrificing your sleep to be part of this program. We are always very grateful. Now to our first story for today, Pengassin. Yes, you heard us, Pengassin. Now, the industrial action dispute on the crude supply court. Now, the industrial standoff between the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengassin, intensified on Saturday as the union directed 7 of its branches to halt crude oil and gas supplies to the 20 billion facility, that's Dangote Refinery. This action follows rising tension over alleged anti-labor practices by the refinery's management. In a letter dated September 26th and signed by Pengassin's General Secretary Lumumba Okugbawa, the union accused Dangote Refinery of unlawfully terminating the employment of its members. According to the union, the workers were dismissed for exercising their constitutional right to associate and join a union. Actions, it claimed, are protected under Nigerian labor laws. Pengassin's decision to enforce the supply court marks a major escalation in the dispute, rising concerns over potential disruptions to refinery operations. Now, the union insists the workers must be reinstated, while the refinery has yet to issue a formal response to the latest development. Now, this is where we are. Pengassin versus Dangote. At the end of the day, who is really suffering? Now, Priye, I need to get into this conversation. Is this directly a worker refinery association issue? Or are we seeing a hand of Esau, voice of Jacob in this particular matter?
Chuks, for the past few weeks, we've been on this issue. And I could see that both the Dangote refinery, Pengassin, or some other sister, will I call them organizations or
First
unions.
it was Nupeng.
Yes. If Nupeng is there, Pengassin will be there. It's indirectly affected. Indirectly. And because of their relationship as unions under the TUC, Trade Union Congress, they are going to, and NLC, they are going to have one way or the other, they are going to be working together. And from the refinery and from Pengassin, you could see that both are trying to wield or to take advantage of what they have to fight each other. The other day we had a conversation with Paul Ayenuba. He gave an explicit explanation on why, on one hand, Dangote is, yes, it came into the frame of things with huge financial chest, and the tendency, if not viewed very well, that means people should stop looking at the perspective or the position of the oil marketers then, to not be seen as trying to prevent Dangote from operating smoothly, because their outcry was that they are going to be pushed out of the market. They are going to be pushed out completely, and he is going to assume a monopolistic power. And it doesn't look like there's any other player in that space that can really, make it a level playing field and competitive for both of them, or for all parties involved, and that we should take another look at the issue very well. The other thing about Pengassan that we currently see at the moment, yes, Hughes, 800 staff pushed out because they exercised, yes, according to the words, and not just according to the words of Pengassan, their fundamental human rights as enshrined in the 1999 Constitution.
Can you confirm and ascertain that Dangote fired 800 staffs?
Well, that's the allegation that they have at the moment. So let's work with the allegation. Has been pushed out and say they fought back. So why were they pushed out? Because they joined a union? Or because maybe they tend to go ahead or carry out some of the instructions and the directive that has been given to them by the union? Well, as it is, it looks as if there's some form of intervention.
Intervention or interference?
Intervention or interference. I think it's an intervention to bring respite to the issue, to settle both issues.
We'll get to the intervention. But let's look at the issue itself as we speak right now. Do you think somebody somewhere is pushing at these associations to go against Dangote?
I don't think so. Both are trying to protect their interests.
Looking at the history,
yes,
of where we've been coming from,
yes,
to this particular thing,
yes,
it's been one step after the other. By the time this is trying to be resolved, the next crops up. And it's always something higher from the way we're coming from.
Both are directed to what actually started the issue that had a direct connection with the marketers.
Okay. When you say the marketers?
Importers. Yes. Importers, yes. Okay. Who are sourcing crude from outside.
Who are sourcing refined products.
The refined products from outside. I think that's the genesis of the issue. And the fight that came on with the price reduction, no, you cannot do this because if you you crash the price, you know what that has been. So that's where the fight started from. So we need to go back there. However, I don't think this is going to be resolved anytime soon. However, if we are going to resolve it, there have to be a compromise from both Dangote and from the marketers.
Okay. Right now we are okay. Let's bring you in. Mukhtar, I hope you're there. Let's bring you in. Now, let's get to ask you this direct question. Do you think somebody somewhere, or some group of people somewhere, or some nation somewhere are trying to get Dangote to move, to shift grounds?
There are no evidence pointing to that, and every citizen in this country has a right to unionize, to join a union, freedom of association. Dangote has terminated about almost 1,000 staff, citing reorganization. That's what the letter reads. And I think Pengassan is very, very brash with their action. Sabotaging the supply of natural gas to that refinery, I feel like is too extreme, because we have structures in this country. If workers of that magnitude, that number, they feel like they are unlawfully terminated, we have court of industry. Pengasan should assist their members to file for injustice in the court of industry that is established to tackle this kind of problem. So strike action is supposed to be the last line of action, the very last line of action. So they are supposed to let the system run its course. This problem of big industries and unionization is not peculiar to only Nigeria. As we speak right now, Starbucks, a very big coffee company in America, they're having problem with a lot of their staff too who joined the union. They lay them off and they are in court. And whatever the court says is final. Whatever the court says is law. And everybody will have to, follow the judgment. But in Nigeria, Pengasan taking the law into their hand and sabotaging the flow of natural gas that can affect the economy of this country and our faith. We know we all have a recovering economy. It's not enough to say, oh, we have enough fuel to last us for 30 days. And so we can sabotage Dangote, that there won't be fuel scarcity. It's not enough to say that. The system run its courts. This case should be in court. I watched Comrade Osifo, the president of Pengasan, on TV. He's sounding like this is a personal issue. Dangote Refinery has problem with about 1,000 staff, according to what he said on TV last night. And you are mentioning the owner of Dangote. You are mentioning...
Hold on, Mukhtar. Hello, Mukhtar, can you hear me? Okay, hold on. We've got a very short break. We'll get back to you immediately. Just don't go anywhere. We'll return right now.
Take pleasure, because it's the mind that links to, first of all, the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
You think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, why to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn see something. This is super business landscape.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka
in Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. Dangote's official love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignited his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dangote, or his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mill, Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service, huge investment, also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jigs-breaking adventure to another dimension, unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977, but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted his son. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Arts Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company, mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre. Souk Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era, where the British claimed the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Atombo and into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souk Enlightenment. When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music, and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported Brits, which was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Abafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum where there are pictures and artifacts, some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs, clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, Sook Enlightenment.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Sook News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Sook News.
Take pleasure because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
You think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, why keep for their staff within this side? Let's also learn see something. This is Sook Business Landscape.
Welcome back. We sincerely apologize for that breaking transmission. We had some technical issues here we needed to really look into, and hey, we are back. Thank you for being there. Remember, let's join this conversation. We're still talking Prengerson, we're talking Dangote. Now, let's take this discussion and this particular submission further. at the rug of the entire issue, who exactly is considering or talking about me, you, the guy that has to come to work this morning, the moment I had to take goods to the market? Because that has already started in Lagos. Transportation fares have gone. People that need to move from point A to point B are already paying prices for issues they did not start. Priye, yes. I'm coming to you on this. Who should we hold responsible for these issues that have started cropping up thanks to NUPENG and Dangote? Should Nigerians come out and carry their own flags against NUPENG and against Dangote?
Okay. I know it's become a cliche to say that when two elephants fight, the grass will suffer.
Because the grass wants to suffer.
Well, see, the grass cannot determine whether it's going to suffer and enjoy in this case.
But the grass knows where the two elephants are.
Yes.
Okay, good.
So what's the grass? What can the grass do?
Hold on, what did NUPENG do? They told their workers not to work, right?
Yes, they told their workers.
But we know who NUPENG is.
The chief general manager of human resource, Dangote Refinery, Femi Adekunle, said they had to lay off those workers because there are acts of sabotage or persistent acts of sabotage, as jeopardize the business activities of the organization. Okay. And they cannot continue to tolerate that, and that their actions was not arbitrary, and they had to let them go.
Are they within their rights to let them go?
Well, NUPENG could fire back.
I'm talking about Dangote. I'm not talking about NUPENG.
Yes, I know. If they have the right, if they have the right to let go, with the excuse or with the position that Femi Adekunle has put forth, since he's the human resource manager in that Dangote refinery, then, of course, as an organization, I think so.
Good. So if the people feel aggrieved, they can always go and get redress from the court of law.
Yes, they can get redress from the court of law, but you also know that they went picketing. Do they have the right to go picketing to protect their own interests?
Now, where and what are you picketing? That's another thing.
Well, they halted the activities because they are not standing alone. They also have, I told you from the onset, they are linked. Okay. NUPENG is not standing, even if they might be coming out independently to say that this is our action, this is what we are doing. We know that they are not working in isolation.
Okay. Now, of the refinery, right?
Good, yes.
Good. But now, let's now start asking us, at what point has the issue of NUPENG and Dangote gotten to affect me that needs to get to work and I can't get transport? As we speak right now, for those in Lagos, fares have increased by over 50%. 50%.
What can I do?
So what?
That's where the intervention I mentioned earlier, because you were talking, you said let's suspend the aspect of intervention and let's interrogate what actually led to this. But now that that has been raised, of course, the government that's been saddled with the responsibility of making sure that the grass is protected has intervened. And we saw the Honorable Minister, the Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, stepped in to have this in an interventory role. Okay. And there's a steering committee.
Before we get to Wale Edun, let's get back to Mukhtar. Are you there? Mukhtar, we are looking at, you are presently not in Nigeria. For we that are in Nigeria, as we speak right now, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? I can't.
Hello?
Hello, I can't hear you.
Oh, we're still having an issue. Okay, now we'll go back to where you were before we got here. Okay, let's go to the worker itself. Who is protecting the worker? What protection does the worker have?
What worker?
The person working in Dangote refinery right now. What protection does he have? He or she, what protection do they have?
Well, they seek, it's like from what's going on, they seem to seek some form of protection from the union.
From the union?
Yes. And if they seek some protection from the union, and since an affiliated union has been having this back and forth with Dangote, and through their connections, even if that union is not fighting back, an ally of that union in fighting back indirectly, and in fighting back, they've confirmed the words that Mr. Femi Adekunle said, that their actions leading to the sabotage of business activities of the organization. And they had to let them go. And another one will fight back. Don't supply crude. It's going to affect the crude for Naira.
Do they have the right? Do they have the right to stop government actions, government activity, government business of saying don't supply crude?
But
Crude doesn't belong to them.
Chooks, you also know that these Nigerians that you are talking about, that you and I, the transportation fare is gone up by 50%, by 100%. Yes, that is true, or that may be true. These are also Nigerians who are working in the Dangote refinery, and one way or the other are they seeking protection through the union umbrella of NUPENG. They are all Nigerians. Do we have equal rights as Nigerians? Yes. Is there, before going to court for redress, like you said, do they have a platform through which they can air their dissatisfaction or their dissension? Do they have a platform through which they can have a conversation in this means resulting to this? Do they have that right as Nigerians that has been guaranteed by the Constitution? Yes. So now, if both of them are loggerhead this way, we know the consequences, and the consequence of what we're experiencing. So we must look at it from that prism.
So their consequences is our experience right now. Okay, now, don't you think this is being selfish?
Okay, selfish in what sense? I think you need to explain being
I need
selfish.
to understand, because right now, 800 plus people laid off.
Laid off.
Now good, then I have to now suffer the consequences of their actions in being laid off.
Most of the time when we talk about issues that have to do with government not paying the right remuneration for Nigerian workers, we tend to make comparisons with what is obtainable on the foreign climb. And in making comparisons with that, we tend to look at the union and the labor organizations in those climes and how effective they are when they function in trying to either mediate between the government and the worker, or probably sometimes in not mediation, the kind of power they wield, not in a selfish, monopolistic way, but to plead, to not just plead, to stand in, to provide a platform so that the government or the authority or organizations of the day does not abuse these workers. It's a standard practice out there. In Nigeria, we have not measured up to that standard yet. And as a result of that, we can see the public outcry in every administration. Has there ever been a year, 52 weeks calendar or 12 months calendar where the Nigerian Labour Congress or other associate unions, the TUC, does not raise their voice for being treated one way or the other that is not acceptable? There have been. And if we are to talk about best practices, I think I will not categorically say this is best practice, but I can say they are fighting for the protection of their workers, who are equally Nigerians that are affected by the same action.
Hold on. While they are fighting for the protection of their workers, I have no issues with them fighting for the protection of their workers. I definitely have no issues. What about the other auxiliary people, auxiliary services, businesses that will be affected by this? They are fighting for the protection of their workers. Who's going to compensate them?
Compensation. Well, that had to do with compensation. That had to do, when you say compensation, like, okay, the refinery had an obligation to supply.
I'm not talking about the refinery. I'm talking about the normal person that have no business with the refinery, have no business with Pengasson.
These are things that happen.
Things that happen.
Now,
who should I sue?
Chooks.
Oh, but you made an example. You made an example outside this climb, and you talked about their unions that we are not measured up yet.
Yes.
Hope you know that in any way, if your business negatively affects my business, I can sue you.
Negatively.
Good. So
yes.
who should Nigeria?
Well, we have to look at.
We don't have to look at anything.
If I'm a competitor,
who should we start suing right now?
We are rivals and we are competitors.
We're not talking about rivals. Let me give you an example. A colleague of ours had to come to work very disgruntled this morning. Not just one, not two, not twice. A lot of them, more than half of them. Why? Because of increment in fare prices. Yes. All of a sudden, with no
prior notice.
No notice.
Okay.
And some of them were almost manhandled, all because they were going to work in business that is none of their issue or cause.
Great.
So who should they sue?
Now, since, first of all, before I get to this particular question you just asked, first of all, Dangote Refinery said the persistent acts of these people have been sabotaging the organization, and they need to protect the interest of the facility.
Okay.
That was what resorted to the dismissal of the 800 people, if not more. Now, when these acts were being perpetrated, they would have raised an alarm, raised a public roar, raised an alarm. This is happening, is affecting our work. If you continue in this act, we are going to take this action. Did Nigerians know about that? No.
It's a private business.
It's a private business, but look at, it's a private business that has a national acclaim. It's a private business that holds a critical position when it comes to this specific sector, this specific industry in the country. And it is well known. One decision, if he takes a decision by lowering the prices of petrol just by 5 naira or 3 naira, it affects the Nigerians. After doing away with the old stock, there's going to be a price adjustment. In fact, I think that is even one of the reasons why the marketers started fighting back in the first place. So by virtue of its action and the position that it currently playing now in Nigeria, in the nation, it is a private business that has a significant importance in the heart of Nigeria. Now, we are looking at independent petrol supply. I'm coming into just a moment, please. Okay. We are looking at Dangote has made progress in this $20 billion facility. We're looking at independent petrol supply, both locally and maybe externally, that is personal, locally. We've made, no matter how marginal it is, we've made some form of progress. We've made some form of progress where the pressure of the dollar to the naira has actually depleted. We've made some form of progress. And now we've made some form of progress in the sense that we've seen some form of competition out there.
Okay.
Now, so if it is taking any decision that is going to, that it looks and sees that, okay, it's going to affect the reputation of my organization, it's going to affect labor laws, it's going to affect the labor regulatory laws, then first of all, because it needs to escalate it. We know that this issue has been out there, but escalate it in the sense that, look, the acts of Pengasan or these workers under this union is affecting my job, it's affecting the interest of my organization. So if you had raised that alarm earlier, 1, 2, then Nigerians would have come to understand when you say, okay, get out.
Okay.
And okay, so now I want to go to your second question.
In one sentence, John Rogers Chooks,
yes,
their actions, both Dangote and Pengasan,
yes,
have affected my business.
Yes.
Who should I sue?
Just a moment. Who should you
One
sue?
sentence, yes. They have obstructed and affected my business. Who should I sue?
You can't sue neither.
I can't sue neither.
Let me tell you what. Let me tell you what can be done.
Okay, go ahead.
We will we will go to the government. It has a serious responsibility. Why am I saying this? Let's talk about this within the conference or within the confines of cooperative administration. I can't respond to any question in just one sentence.
Okay, then hold on. Let's progress this after the next story.
Okay.
Let's go to the next story. It's still here. This is where we are still at. Now, the federal government has assured that fuel supply stability amid first naira for crude and Dangote refinery dispute. The federal government has moved to allay fears of a looming fuel supply crisis amid ongoing concerns surrounding the naira for crude oil arrangement and the dispute involving the Dangote refinery. In a statement released on Sunday, the Ministry of Finance assured citizens that there would be no disruption in the supply of refined petroleum products. The reassurance followed a high-level meeting of the Steering Committee for Domestic Crude Oil and Refined Product Sales in Local Currency Initiative. Now, the committee also reaffirmed that government's commitment to ensuring energy security and maintaining stability in Nigeria's downstream sector, despite recent tensions, will come to fruition. The intervention comes as Dangote refinery faces a major industrial dispute involving Pengasan, we'll be talking about them, and Nupeng recently. with a major one happening on Saturday. Okay, now let's go back to our Zoom guest. He's been here and he's been up and waiting. Mukhtar, are you here with us, please? Hello, Mukhtar. Hello? Okay, we'll keep going. When he returns, we'll get him involved in the conversation. Now, Priye, federal government is saying, hey, don't worry, we won't have fuel shortage in fuel supply. Don't worry, the issue between Dangote and Pegasin, we'll look into it.
Great.
But while don't worry, we will look into it. Businesses and human beings are already taking the brunt.
Okay, so the brunt.
So now, between Pegasin, between federal government and Dangote, who should I sue?
The government and Nigerians, everyone knows that anything that tampers with the price of petrol in the country affects not only, in fact, it affects businesses, it affects transportation, it affects the food we consume. The nation is almost surviving, or the financial activities, how people spend, how much they spend in anything is determined by almost the cost of petrol. In other climes, prices of, what's it called, of transportation seem to be regularized. Even when you have the private businesses coming in with their private taxi operation, because they have a platform and you have several, it's been regularized. The only place where we have prices being regularized, we have in Lagos, and that's because the government owns a bus rapid transit platform where it gives a service on transportation to the public. Yes. And I remember when it was going to increase the price, it gave about 1 month or 6 weeks notice. It gave about 1 month. I think it gave about 1 month notice that we are going to.
You're talking about the BRT.
The BRT.
They are the only one that
18% is going to. We are going to increase our bus transport fare by 18% due to this, that, and the other, and they were prepared. And everyone was prepared. Those who didn't know, who didn't see the notice, when they want to, argue and raise eyebrow, others have to tell them, no, it's been out there for a while now. We knew about it. That's because the government is playing a significant role in that. Now, we can look at that. So we need to see where governments play that specific role. And the review or the reform of governments need to touch the core where it affects the man at the ebb of society. So if you are going to sue, in this case, I'm sorry, Mr. Chooks, you cannot sue Dangote Refinery for the action they took. You cannot even sue the labor unions, because even when they said, oh, we are not against the standard labor practice as is seen globally, accepted globally and even locally, but we need to take this action, Pengason, or the unions can come and tell you their actions are protected by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. When push comes to shove, we resort to protest. When push comes to shove, we take these action.
And they take the actions without considering the normal everyday person, the businesses that will be affected. That okay?
Their lives, the lives of Pengason members were affected. They were sacked.
So can Nigerians also gather and protest against all of them?
We're fine. We can protest against both parties.
Okay. Okay, let's get Mukhtar to join this conversation as we speak. Mukhtar, you're welcome back.
The audio is still bad.
Okay, but we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Definitely, yes, we can.
So very quickly, there is court of industry, like I was saying. Pegasen are supposed to go to the court of industry to state their case, to prove why they think it was an unlawful termination. And then the court is going to serve justice. We are not supposed to continue to take laws into our hand. The other time, NLC turn off the national grid and send the whole nation to darkness. because they have issue with the government. In our constitution, that singular act is an act of terrorism, is an act of war. And we cannot continue to sweep all of these things under the carpet because, again, it makes it look like we are in a banana republic where anything goes. So if we have a court that is established for a particular problem, and then we spend so much money to run the court, we are paying heavily to the judges, we are paying to the court clerks, and when we have problem that is meant to be solved by this institution, we jump ship. We just fly over their head, and then we go straight to the Minister of Labor. And then we send shock to the nation. The news of this strike alone, we can see the ripple effects. Nigerians don't wait for fuel scarcity before they start increasing their prices of services, especially the transport services. So even the singular act of coming to TV to come and scare everybody, to say, oh, we are going on strike, we are doing the singular act of cutting the supply of natural gas to that refinery is such huge act of sabotage and should be a crime. So the right of the 800 people needs to be protected, but a court of competent jurisdiction has to prove that their rights has been trampled upon. I cannot just come out to say, oh, my rights, somebody has taken away my rights, and then take the law into my hand and do whatever I think I can do. So if everybody should go to approach the courts to hear their grievance, and the court of law is the only person that can prove if anybody's law has been taken away, and serve justice to the person. So we can't continue to act like there's no laws in this country.
Thank you very much, Mukhtar. Now we are hearing from someone who happens to be a bona fide, a son of the soil, a Nigerian par excellence, who resides outside this country. So now we are having a balance. So, dear Priye, I was trying to get Priye to answer me. As we speak right now, my own rights have been trampled upon thanks to Pengassin, Dangote, and the federal government, all because of what happened from Saturday till today. I was asking him who should I sue, and he was busy running around in circles. Right now, I know who I'm going to sue.
Okay, so thank you so much, Mukhtar. The instances that Mukhtar gave about the Nigerian electricity workers who went to turn off the national grid in act of protest.
They should be arrested.
That's, like he said, terrorism, or it's a crime. Yes, but these are two contents that are different. So for them, if they say they are not working again, they should leave the lights on and leave the office and go out to protest. Let's have power, okay? In this case, one thing is this. We are not going to. They did the picketing. And when you took them out, okay, and you took them out. Now, you want to replace them. I think both parties, if Mukhtar is talking about
there is a court of industry.
Yes,
yes, it's not far from our office here.
Both parties should take action to allow the court of industry.
Good. So they should not come and tell us strike or no strike for now.
Are you saying that because of this act, then the union should sit back, go to the court of industry just a moment,
okay.
Then you have 800 or more than 800 workers lying down, not doing anything, then because the organization was accused of hiring non-Nigerians, was hired to hire other people to fill up their position. Is the court of industry going to put out, just a moment, going to put out an order to suspend the hiring until they finish hearing the case? These are things that we must have to put in, because you cannot take actions that will be detrimental or that will affect or seem to collaborate, to look collaborative, or to consolidate the action of one party that will not be consequential, receptive negatively on the part of another party.
Okay.
So if both of us take an action.
Now, I like the way you're analyzing this, but in all this analogy, you have not made this consideration that while all this is happening, over 100 million of Nigerians are bearing this brunt.
Am I excluded?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you have a special quota from Pegasin or from Dangote Refinery. Okay, hold on. Well, we are going straight to our third story for today, and it's not Dangote, it's not Pegasin, it's not Nupeng, it's World Bank. Now, the World Bank is scheduled to approve 2 major loans totaling $750 million for Nigeria on Tuesday. That's tomorrow, September 30th, 2025. According to updates on the bank's official website, the funding is intended to support critical support sectors, in quote, including healthcare security and digital infrastructure development, with a focus on underserved communities. The loan package comprised $500 million for building resilient digital infrastructure for growth in Nigeria project. This initiative aims to expand access to climate-resilient, inclusive digital service and support economic growth through improved connectivity across the country. Additionally, $250 million is earmarked under the Health Security Program in Western and Central Africa. Nigeria Phase 2, the health-focused loan, seeks to strengthen Nigerians' ability to prevent, detect, and respond to public health threats. Okay, dear Priye, $750 million loan to be approved on Tuesday. This has been on tomorrow. This has been in the making for quite a while, not even this year. At this point in time, do we need these loans?
If we do need this.
Yes, at the slightest mention of loans right now gets everybody on the edge. Do we need these loans?
Well, maybe first of all, maybe we should be asking ourselves, for what purpose are we taking this loan?
You now, while I was reading this particular story, I made a whole lot of quotes: health, digital, sustainable.
Digital.
Can we have some specific
infrastructure?
What infrastructure?
Okay,
to who? For what?
Okay, so if I'm to look at, it, Chooks is looking at me. I'm the government spokesman, and
are you not?
Okay, targeted catalytic finance, 500 million naira bridge.
500 billion. $500 million
bridge loan is aimed at resilient broadband backbone and backhaul in underserved areas. A direct enabler of digital services, fintech expansion, and remote economic activity that can raise productivity outside core urban areas. $250 million health loan strengthens detection and response capacity, reducing epidemic risks that cripple labor supply. And together, they are complementary for growth and resilience. Chooks. Time and time again, we've been on this table and we've talked about.
Can you explain this to a layman? What
we've talked about the reason why we need to have digital infrastructure across the country. We've talked about why we need underserved areas.
Can you help me break down your digital infrastructure?
We've talked about how we need to get to rural areas where we need to establish.
Who is we?
Just a moment. We as a country. The government championing that responsibility. Getting to the nook and crannies where we do not have the presence of technology, where we do not have infrastructure,
what are you talking about?
Digital infrastructure, because we want to see digital infrastructure.
What digital? Hello. What digital infrastructure? What exactly?
What is digital infrastructure?
So tell me, what are you taking $500 million? What digital infrastructure?
If the government is saying it is for the establishment of digital infrastructure, yes, obviously they've not been specific about what digital infrastructure. But we will see it.
We'll see what? When you've not been specific, what are you going to see?
Digital infrastructure, even if they are not being specific, we all know that it's going to bring digital, it's going to establish digital presence in the rural areas.
Now you see where we are. You see where we are heading again. And you are confusing the narrative the more.
Chooks.
This looks more like this looks more like a proposal that has been prepared by a big office
proposal
to make sure, hold on,
please.
please, to make sure that these monies are brought forward, and this is the defense. Now, if I actually specifically put a budget and tell me what this 750 million that we are borrowing again or we are getting is for, you say digital infrastructure. What digital infrastructure? Where? What? Now we have a question mark.
Chooks, it is wrong for you to term it as confusion. It is so wrong.
Okay.
Now, you and I know, even though the government has not been typically specific, okay, we are going to put fiber optic cables from Anambra State to Delta State. We are going to put.
How do you
wait
budget?
Just a moment, please.
Okay.
If we are not, the government has not or specifically told us that they are going to take a connection from Ekiti State to Kano State, even though they have not said that. We also know that the word or the term digital infrastructure means that there's going to be an establishment of a presence in rural areas where digital facilities will be made available.
Do you budget in the air?
To the extent that
okay,
digital services will be enabled and we're allowed to penetrate to areas which they have not been able to get to before.
Do you budget in the air?
It will not be nice. Yes, we can be critical, constructively critical.
Simple question. Do we budget in the air? Do we budget on assumptions?
How can we budget on assumption? Are you saying the government is budgeting on assumptions?
What is the 750
Are you saying the National Assembly that sat over the 2025 budget
is the
just looked at the budget and see it as something flowing in the air and blindly signed it into law?
So if
I
ask you what is the money for?
The government, you are aware of the 3
I'm not
million.
aware.
Oh, come on. If you say you are not aware, you'll be denying the fact that we came on this table to discuss some issue like that about the government taking
Which one?
action. Just a moment, please, Mr. Chooks. That the government taking action to train more than 3 million or 3 million Nigerians in tech and in technical skills. So, for them to be able to install or to be part and parcel of this government's plan in making sure that Nigerians get to an appreciable stage when it comes about digital infrastructure creation and to equally allow or provide a platform for people to have the technical skills to be able to drive the process. We are equally aware that this is not just hanging in the air and it's leading to the establishment of small and medium-sized enterprises in the space of tech.
Are you talking about this government skill acquisition?
Is that going to work in the vacuum?
Government skill acquisition.
Skill acquisition in tech and in technology.
Is different.
What about the establishment of digital presence, of digital infrastructure?
Now,
who is going to man this post?
Hold on. We're not talking
about
who's
going to have
manning.
ghosts?
Hold on. What exactly is the infrastructure? This is where the issue is. You've not told me we are spending $50 million in getting you made an example before.
Yes.
Fiber optic cables or underground or undersea or however you want.
Yes.
Be specific. This is what we're using this money to do. We want to build a stadium. When other countries collect, hold on. When they take loans from these agencies, they are very specific.
You are misplacing something very important.
Okay, hold on.
And I think we need to
let's get
ask
to
the government. Tell the government, because don't make it look
No.
like I'm a spokesperson for the government. Ask the government. And we all have our positions and our opinion from what we have seen, from what we have seen before, and the actions of the government.
Hold on. Based on this particular story right now,
yes,
we've not seen specifics
that
money.
I have seen.
It's still
I
hanging
have seen.
it's still
And
hanging in the
I
air.
have been making. I have made references. So some of the
you still hanging
references
in
to
the
some
air.
of the positions and some of the activities that the government is taking action on. I made that.
Hold on. Let's get to Mukhtar. Mukhtar, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please. Can you speak to this 750 million loan?
Do we need the loan? Yes, we need the loan because considering our budget for 2025 with our population and other countries that have the same size of population, we will see that our budget is very, very, very low. And that is why the state of the country is the way it is. So we need loans. Okay, can we take loan? Is the economy healthy enough to take loans? The answer is yes, because during the last administration, towards the end of the administration, the then administration tried to apply for a couple of loans and they could not get it because we were servicing our existing loans with about now about 95% of our revenue. Today, this administration have managed our finances and the management of debts has come down to about 60%. And that is why we can apply for these loans to get it. Now, for what the loans is meant for, the bridge initiative, it is this administration's initiative and plan to connect the 771 local governments to internet. And this cut across beyond just internet, it cut across all the industries and all the sectors that we have, from security to trade and commerce to health. Because, for example, there are some villages like my own villages occur there in Kwara State. We don't have adequate internet and GSM connection. So if there's a case of banditry attack, sometimes people need to drive about 10, 15, 20 minutes to be able to call for help. In some places in the north, they have to drive about 4 hours to be able to call for help when they are breach of security. That is that's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is all these dark spots that does not have GSM or internet connections, they cannot use mobile banking. They cannot bank. So you cannot just use a POS to get money. You cannot transfer to pay for goods and services. And these are major problems that is not giving those people access to, you know, to properly trade with the rest of the country. So this is a pilot program that they started and they tried with 6 local governments. And the government knew that they cannot fully fund this to all the local government, and they had to seek funding from the World Bank to complete the project. As a Nigerian, my only concern is that this money are used for what they are meant for. They are properly used so that they can provide these services for the rest of the country, which is really, really going to help us, like I said, across different sectors, different areas of our life. The Lagos rail line was built with a loan. Lagos Ibadan rail line was built with loan. And loan is never a bad thing as long as it's properly negotiated and there are mechanisms in place to pay back. And most importantly, the loans are judiciously used for what they are meant for.
Okay, while you are coming and giving us this analysis right now, while government is also reporting, should government not also, at that point of reporting, be very specific in letting the people know this is the money we are taking?
The audio,
we might not...
I lost you there.
Okay, while, can you hear me now? Just wave.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
When we see this kind of report, just like we see from what's happening with the orientation agencies, don't you think we also need to always, at every point in time, be informed of the amount, specifics, what it's going to be used for at every point in time? That way, everybody has the responsibility of always fact-checking and asking questions when those monies have not been spent.
And like I said, the bridge initiative is not new. Last
yes,
year,
it's not new.
The Minister for Digital Economy and Digital Infrastructure brought the idea to connect all the 771 local governments to internet and GSM network. And a lot of Nigerians will ask this question that why is that the job of the government? The places like Lagos and other commercial centers that are connected are done by private companies that are profit-driven. So they only go to places where if they put up a mask and they usually run it with diesel. So you are running a 24-hour diesel. They have to calculate the number of people that are going to be buying data and buying airtime to see if it commensurates with the cost of running a network in a particular village. So if they look at the village and it's just 100 people or 200 people, and they are going to spend 10 million or 20 million to supply them internet every month, it's not worth it. So they are not going to put there. Now, if government now wants to spread development to all of these areas, because if if I'm a businessman, I want to invest in a place, I'll look at all these things too. Like, oh, will there be internet there? Will there be GSM reception there? So is something that is very, very important. And because of profit reason, private companies will not do it. MTN will not do it. MTN will only go to a place where the population and the business for them can match the cost of their infrastructure and setting up reception and coverage for that particular area. So it's very good. It's going to, we're already talking about digitalization of governance. All the local governments, we want them to run digitally. How will they run digitally if there is no digital coverage? So everything is a very big circle that is connected together to everything, to security, to governance, to even education. So because if there's no internet, how do you want to teach the 10, 12 years old people in the villages about internet when they don't have coverage? So it's a very good initiative. Again, we just have to monitor as a citizen and especially as journalists, the fourth wheel of democracy, to make sure that this money are put to good use and judiciously used for what they are meant for.
Okay, Priya, you wanted to add something to that?
Yeah, all the initiatives of the government that he mentioned about taking the journey to connect Nigeria digitally is something you are aware of, and because that's why I made reference to the fact that we've had this conversation time and again on this table, and we spoke about the establishment of medium and small size enterprises in different parts of the country, and the reason why they need to be connected together to make sure that they make transactions possible, which is part of the things he referenced. We've spoke about the banking industry, the banking sector, where they are unable, a lot of people are left unbanked, and there are some areas for the purpose of security or insecurity. Some of these conventional banks cannot penetrate those axes, and that is where we made reference to everyone in Nigeria having either a button phone or a smartphone, where if having a button phone will prevent you from using an app, but having just a phone having a button phone will prevent you from using an app, but having a button phone cannot prevent you from using a certain codes through which you can send money and get an alert of receiving money. And this digital presence that the government is looking at establishing in different places is going to facilitate that process. Facilitating that process means that we'll have more investment also, both foreign and local investment, straight down into the tech space. Because
can I cut you? Timeline. Yes.
Of course, it's not something that is going to happen overnight, but if we look at it digitally and tech-wise, how Nigeria is going, we can say at least we have made progress. In fact, massive progress.
This money is coming in tomorrow. From now till when are we going to see the execution of this project? This money will be here tomorrow. So in 3 months, in 4 months, in 6 months, who should we hold responsible?
Of course,
just the way we argue on this table and say, take, don't take.
The government
How long
going to hold
is this execution going to happen?
And I think the Minister Bosun should come and tell us how long it will take. Yes, because he's in the cabinet of the government, and this is an initiative, and the administration is supporting it by going to get these loans. So they will give us a time lag of when we as a country are going to achieve this. And I am very optimistic about it, that the benefits are massive.
Okay. While you look at the benefits, let's now also look at what's happening within the states and this issue of borrowing. At least 20 Nigerian states collectively borrowed about 458 billion naira in the first half of 2025, amid rising concerns over escalating external debt as servicing costs. This borrowing spree reflects the growing fiscal pressure on subnational governments as they struggle to meet financial obligations. Data obtained revealed that States spent approximately 235.58 billion on external debt servicing during the same period, a significant 68.4% increase from 139.92 billion recorded in the first half of 2024. The 95.65 billion surge highlights the growing burden of dollar-dominated loans on state finances. Experts attribute the spike in debt servicing costs to the depreciation of the naira, which has intensified the financial strain on states with significant foreign debt exposure. Analysts warn that unless exchange rate stability improves, more states may turn to domestic borrowing, further compounding their debt profile and limiting fiscal space for development. Priye, how can we get states to be more productive? That is just the bottom line.
Just the way it is within the confines, or it's just the way it is the responsibility as enshrined in the Constitution for both the Senate and the House of Representatives to probe the finances of the executive arm of government at the federal level. That's the same thing that applies at the state level. So the question we should be asking is if members of parliament or the committees, the several committees that are responsible for looking at the government spending in either in education, in health care, in agriculture, the government, if the states are borrowing for these and those purposes, because it is the House of Representatives that puts appends their signature to approve the loans that the states are going to go for. So it is equally incumbent on them to not only ask questions, but the various committees that are the committees established by Parliament to equally go to the field to see, okay, the government borrowed 20 billion naira for this purpose. Go there to see it.
That if the money was used for what
it was
for.
Used for that purpose. Because if that's not the case, then both the executive arm of government and the legislative arm of government are complicit.
Okay, but now, if the states can generate their own funds enough, they won't go borrowing.
If states can generate their own funds, yes, they might not go borrowing, but most will still have to go borrowing.
But how can we make the states productive?
Making the state productive is both, I think it's both a constitutional matter and a leadership issue. A leadership issue in the sense that the chief executives of the states would need to take that initiative. Lagos State is going about, Lagos is seen like as those who want to extract money from the pockets of everybody when you come to Lagos, to the extent that they look out for loopholes like, okay, you break traffic laws in Lagos, you will pay for it.
Okay.
You park where you're not supposed to park, you will pay for it. You engage in any activities that is contrary to the regulations that have been put on ground by the government of Lagos for people to obey, you are going to pay for it. Tanker drivers, if you park wrongly on the road because you're going to cause accident and you did not park at the regulated place or the designated area where the government say you should park, you are going to pay for it.
Revenue.
Revenue is the drive for Lagos. But it's not just revenue. Are they trying to restore law and order in this drive for revenue? Yes. Are people going to follow this line of order, not to drive one way because they feel if you are caught by LASMA or if you are caught by these agencies, you are going to part away with some money and your vehicle might be confiscated? Then I think if you're not going to act right as a human being, maybe that will deter you from doing the wrong thing. Other states need to toe that line. Nobody told the Lagos State government before they went to establish the bus rapid transit system, because they feel it is a system that is currently paying the salaries of those who are working in that space. Nobody told the Lagos State government, and it has become a model for other states to copy. There are a few other states there that are, taking the initiative to do that. Nobody told the Lagos State government since the administration of Bola Tinubu when he became the governor, since the administration of Fashola when they became the governor, to start opening up the roads in Lagos, to start building infrastructure, to start giving the face of Lagos a lift so that it will be attractive for businesses to thrive.
Okay.
Nobody told Lagos to start building
markets. We did. We did.
Oh, okay. But now it's paying off. We need other states to emulate that.
Let's get Mukhtar. Our time is fast spent thanks to all the technical hitches we had today. But let's get your last take on this. How can we stop states from accumulating more debt, and how can we get them more productive?
Okay, quickly, what this report is not pointing to is that debt of states has actually reduced during this administration. With increased allocation, they have actually reduced their debt burden. So the problem here is that at the time that they were taking external loans, our exchange rate was around average of about 700, 500 during the last administration or the administration before. Now the exchange rate is so high is 1,400. So it means, for example, if you want to service, if you are meant to service your debt with $10 during the Buhari era, that would be 7,000 naira at the exchange rate of 700. Now, during the Bola Tinubu era, the official rate as at last week Friday is 1,495. So it means you'll be servicing the same debt at the same $10 for almost 1,500. That is what the report is saying. So and when you calculate this money in naira, it looks like a lot of money. It looks like debt servicing has doubled because the exchange rate has doubled. But like the saying goes, if you don't break the egg, you cannot have the omelette. If we don't devalue the currency like we did, the states cannot have increased revenue allocation that they are now using to increase salaries and build infrastructures. All the Nigerian states are now very, very solvent. Um, in our history, we've not heard about states unable to pay salaries like we used to have. Before this administration, the last administration, about 23 states cannot even pay the minimum wage of 30,000 naira. So, and you see states owing up to 24 months, 36 months. We remember the case of Aregbesola that was paying out salary for like 8 years. That's almost a decade. All of that is now history in our country. So the states needs to be creative. Lagos State is a blueprint. Wike is doing wonder in Abuja too in terms of creativity. When you, as a state, when you build infrastructure and you guarantee security, investment will naturally come. And when investment comes, so is revenue. When these companies are making profits, they pay you corporate tax. Their staff pay you payee. So states needs to sweeten the pot for investors, both local investors and foreign investors. Again, Lagos, the Dangote refinery being in Lagos is a lesson to all the Nigerian states because Lagos is one state that has no petrol crude resource. And Lagos is having the biggest refinery in this sub-region in Lagos. So they need to go and learn how Lagos convinced Dangote to come and site this kind of refinery in their states without having crude on their soil. So a lot of people will argue that maybe it is the proximity to ports, but other states are on the coastal line and can build a port too. Lagos is building their port, Ogun State is building ports, about 12 other states can build ports. So every state needs to wake up beyond just waiting for allocation in Abuja and sharing it to finding creative way to generate revenue and to drive growth. Niger State, for example, they are thinking outside the box. Their governor, Governor Bako, is now called the farmer governor or farmer Bako because of what he's doing the agricultural revolution, industrialization that is doing in Niger State. So other states needs to look inward and capitalize on their God-given natural resources and competitive advantage to scale and to be more solvent and generate revenue for their people.
Thank you very much, Mukhtar. It's been nice having you today. For those in Lagos State, there is crude oil in Lagos State waters. So don't let Mukhtar say it's not just on the ground. There is crude oil somewhere in Lagos. And for everyone out there, remember that we have just one country, and this is it. So we have to talk about it, argue about it, stand up for it. And if we have to fight for it, we'll definitely fight for it. We'll make progress, and we'll continually make progress, because that's the only thing we know, and that is all what we want, and that's what we'll go for. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. It's a beautiful Monday. Let's start the week beautifully. See you next time.
I'm Rain Priya Krumale. Good morning to you once again.
Think like that, because it's the mind that links to, first of all, the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market? Why keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn see something. This is Suk business landscape.
On the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out to get married. So we were like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, nope. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get a shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king, and he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the other Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. So they came, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, wow, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing. Upbringing are my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this. You're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, just get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? You understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have, or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty, and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy Love family name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay? Even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know. So I said I wanted to work, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit tight. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC words, all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back and I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was enough encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gift. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. Which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking at what. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placement, napkins with fabrics like I showed I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employ one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And well, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers there when the Al-Fadi does this thing once every 4 years. Al-Fadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design group is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors I worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And what of man goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that is spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working or make life miserable for you, What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? There are those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is. Wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him. But let him not feel that the world has come to an end. A man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is number one killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately, or because I will tell you the truth, no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. We could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow you, your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, we're going to do it. I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. They were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually have the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls that young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have A-levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, you know, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumbambadi used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfare Towers, the Winds and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Arni International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copper Belt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3rd million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, Souk News.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards irresponsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit. Rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced, the government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously policy with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
Thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just do a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in a proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. You see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago, so it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and putting more investment in development of the game itself. Clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of role, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going in from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, as well as under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we could do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19 where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place. And there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. Because they got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They've got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than they tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicalities of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you're giving them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, for, you know, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need
National Institute of Sports.
Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. You know, it has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about National Sports Institute, you go to Australia and other countries, and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, you know, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing in. But there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. Is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers, I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers are a disgrace. The supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if we're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that, you know, has the quality, the professionalism and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. It's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We can put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's all about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You'll never. It's the bottom line. You never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions. You'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? if you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they could do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and elect them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. They don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more, because government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand it? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand? So that's why cricket is picking up. You mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can prefer solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, and come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard, and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes. We knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that would do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where did they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a good athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's got to do with the kind of coach. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach, and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. In Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is a style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. It's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the 94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference within for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. You couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. Strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. Solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to the top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers and they go to certain universities. All these things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, we're the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked. Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. You need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most, Nigerian referees, you don't see, do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And then other things will follow. You have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
Of humanity when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun markets, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the big one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. We have the medium range. They are also vegetable block wax. So those are the types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we sell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration or in short, all celebration, ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you will see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's the difference. It's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pocket that determine if you can go for two. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They based on this. That is some that can't afford this. They just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are playing this machine. We have this time. So you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So, and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
It will last, okay.
And another thing that make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh,
yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not
soft, strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes, you know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's also some particular places to wash.
Is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African woman.
Even some of our brothers have read this technical scientific as an African way. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how big the market is, there are influx of hands going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos, when you bring it out, other people will say, all sorts of places. So that is how we spread. So you'll be surprised that when down here, you will see design to go to and from, you not see it. There are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. You see that is outside color. Igbos like dog color, yellowish, and you know there are some like this one that is here now, the Igbo uniform, that frequent stuff. The Igbo uniform, if you see
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate time. The price is different. It doesn't move like the others. Okay. So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
Thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and I call myself a pseudo-politician, not quite a politician, but I've served in government before. And I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? Like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Zik to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Nkrumah, Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we were doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women weren't not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still.
And your wife and the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. My father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun, blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to well, I won't say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife. Went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then if I file a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I'll be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to do with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they're quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. But that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. in fairness. We ought to be able to look at the Constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 Constitution, or do they want to drop a new one? If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 Constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means that indirectly approved the 1999 Constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 Constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this Constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We're doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view, because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there will be the agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. So they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like I said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in this House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas, chiefs, people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in the state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. There's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, I mean, him being appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Shehu Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Herusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere, and the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. It's definitely not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even though they are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethna-Waneri, and there's an Okoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at a point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians is neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you will to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent gets back to competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can speak, talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeso, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they are still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even though they are ready, are not funded. At work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them who will watch Nigerian league. I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. And some of us that that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marcy Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souk Enlightenment.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Inobunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudycenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News on Silk News Television, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. Now let's begin. Nigeria's energy sector has been thrown into turmoil as the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria began a nationwide strike following the dismissal of more than 800 workers at the Dangote Petroleum Refinery. The union directed its members to hold crude oil and gas supply, forcing shutdowns at refinery, fertilizer plant, and thermal power plants that generate more than 70% of the nation's electricity. All marketers warn that the disruption will trigger fuel scarcity, push up pump prices, and further strain household spending. The strike has already cut crude and gas flows, raising fears of immediate shortages across the domestic market. Power generation companies confirmed that gas suppliers have ordered thermal plants to suspend operations, a move expected to plunge the nation into widespread blackouts and push hydro plants beyond capacity. Consumer groups and industry players warn that the ripple effect will deepen inflation and undermine business confidence unless swift intervention is secured. The federal government has convened an emergency meeting to mediate between the union and Dangote management. While the Trade Union Congress has backed the workers' demand for reinstatement, Dangote Group dismissed the strike as reckless and politically driven. Analysts caution that without compromise, Nigeria faces a prolonged energy crisis that could destabilize fuel supplies, cripple electricity generation, and intensify economic pressures on businesses and households. Now, the Lagos State government has pledged to sustain investment in digital infrastructure, talent development, and regulatory reforms to strengthen Nigeria's transition into a technology-driven economy. Commissioner for Innovation, Science and Technology, Olatubosun Alaki, speaking on the ICT Commissioners' Roundtable during GTEx in Lagos, emphasized that Lagos must lead by example in building frameworks other states can replicate and scale. He outlined ongoing programs and highlighted Lagos' readiness to support interstate knowledge exchange and technical partnerships that drive inclusive digital growth. The roundtable served as a national platform to align state-level innovation priorities with federal digital strategies. Senate Committee Chairman on ICT and Cybersecurity, Senator Shoaib Salisu, urged states to integrate ICT plans into broader development policies to ensure political support and sustainable financing. He also confirmed that new bills are underway in the National Assembly to strengthen the legal environment for innovation and cybersecurity, while stressing the importance of collaboration across education, health, and finance ministries. Other state representatives, including those from Enugu and Cross River, shared their ongoing smart city, science and technology projects, with participants agreeing on formal exchange programs and joint initiatives to peer reviews to accelerate implementation nationwide. The roundtable also recognized private sector and development partners as critical enablers, but underscored the need for Nigerian state-led ownership of digital solutions. Immediate next steps include mapping state ICT assets, organizing technical exchanges, and drafting joint project frameworks to accelerate Nigeria's digital economy. The Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise has urged the federal government to prioritize agriculture, manufacturing, construction, real estate, and trade in order to transform Nigeria's economic growth into a more inclusive and job-rich recovery. Chief Executive Officer Dr. Muda Yusuf, in a policy brief on second quarter 2025 gross domestic product report, noted that while growth improved to 4.23%, structural challenges continue to limit productivity in critical non-oil sector that affect most Nigerians. He explained that agriculture rebounded to 2.82% but remains burdened by poor infrastructure, insecurity, and low mechanization, while manufacturing slowed to 1.60% due to the high cost and foreign exchange instability. Construction, trade, and real estate also underperformed, reflecting weak policy support and limited credit access. Despite a 20.46% surge in the oil and gas sector, Yusuf emphasized its small share of the economy, reinforcing the need to strengthen non-oil industries. According to the CPPE, sustaining recovery requires urgent structural reforms, including lower energy and logistic costs, faster infrastructure development, affordable credit for farmers and small businesses, and stronger domestic capacity through import substitution. Yusuf added that consistent policy execution, governance improvement, and close collaboration with the private sector are essential to convert economic gains into sustainable prosperity for households and enterprises. Agenda to revive growth. Prime Minister Anutin Chakwonu on Monday laid out his government policies agenda to the parliament, pledging swift action to ease economic pressures and stimulate growth in Southeast Asia's second-largest economy. His priorities include reducing living costs, tackling household debt, boosting domestic tourism, and providing targeted financial relief to small businesses. The government plans to assist individuals with debt below 100,000 baht and extend the liquidity support up to 1 million baht to small firms. On Friday, Austin's administration also announced a 47 billion baht payment scheme where the state will subsidize up to 60% of food and consumer goods purchases for eligible citizens, aimed at easing household burdens while spurring consumption. Beyond economic measures, Anutin highlighted goals such as strengthening disaster preparedness, combating illegal gambling, and advancing peaceful relations in Cambodia. With plans to dissolve parliament by January ahead of elections next year, the government faces a tight timeline to deliver, but early polls show rising support for Newton as he positions his agenda to restore growth and stability. The United States dollar slipped on Monday as traders reacted to renewed fears of a partial government shutdown and awaited key economic data that could shape Federal Reserve policy. The dollar index fell 0.22% to 97.90 after gaining 0.5% last week, while Japanese yen outperformed on investor expectations of tighter Bank of Japan policy. Markets remain cautious, with investors pricing in 40 basis points of United States Federal Reserve rate cuts by December, a slight reduction from earlier forecast. Analysts warn that a prolonged government shutdown could delay critical economic releases such as non-farm payrolls, disrupting the market stability to gauge the central bank's next move. Beyond shutdown concerns, traders are also watching the legal battle of a Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook's possible removal, a development seen as a greater risk to monetary stability. The euro gained 0.25% to trade at $1.1729. Sterling rose to 0.34% to $1.3445, while the Australian dollar advanced ahead of the Reserve Bank of Australia's policy decision. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Silk News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Just Africa comes up shortly.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudycenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folktales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum located at the center of the city in Onikon claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involves the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitats, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They do usually to come to National Museum. Anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think I gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or a comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, SOAP Perspective.
When Emeka talks about black gold, he isn't referring to oil. He buys it in sacks, not barrels. He sells it from a metal shack to customers in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Charcoal is big business in Africa. He says there's enough money in the charcoal trade to make the wealthy envious in several African countries. Charcoal has fueled Africa's urbanization. It is energy dense and difficult to regulate, much like the cities it powers. Despite concerns about pollution, deforestation, and illicit money flows, charcoal remains indispensable. In this special report, written by Bayo Olaoye, he explored the value of Africa's charcoal economy, estimated to be worth billions of dollars, and assesses its viability. Nearly 200 million Africans cook primarily with charcoal, including 27% of urban dwellers. That share has grown since 1960, replacing much of its previous reliance on firewood. If there's been an African energy transition, it has been from one type of wood fuel to another. Charcoal's appeal lies in its convenience. By weight, it contains nearly twice as much energy as the wood it's derived from, making it easier to transport and ideal for megacities with fragile infrastructure. In Kinshasa, a Congolese metropolis of 18 million people, almost everyone cooks with it. Never before have cities grown so large while relying so heavily on wood-based fuel. In rural Africa, tens of millions of people make charcoal using earth kilns, outnumbering the world's coal miners. The process involves heating wood under low oxygen conditions to remove moisture and volatile gases. Logs and branches are stacked in a pile, covered with grass and soil, and burned for several days. This yields 1 to 2 tons of charcoal from 10 tons of dry wood. The process emits more carbon than simply burning the wood. Much of the raw wood is free, harvested from farmers' own land or from forests. Many charcoal producers are farmers selling to traders when in need of cash. Others are entrepreneurs who bring in work teams, distribute chainsaws, and pay off landowners or local chiefs. Locals often complain about outsiders cutting down their trees. In Kenya and Uganda, vigilantes have even attacked charcoal trucks. Africa's charcoal trade is estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars, possibly more than the continent earns from cocoa or coffee. The money trail often leads to soldiers or government officials. The United Nations Security Council banned charcoal exports from Somalia because jihadists were earning millions by exporting it to the Gulf, where shisha smokers prize the aroma of acacia wood. Charcoal production leaves destruction in its wake. In Mozambique's Mabalane district, 2/3 of the woodland was affected by charcoal harvesting in the decade leading to 2018, according to one study. To mitigate the damage, governments oscillate between legalizing the trade through licensing and forest management and banning it outright. Sudden bans, however, often fuel a black market. Enforcement becomes a chaotic negotiation involving traders, officials, police, soldiers, and local communities. Lorry drivers move at night and pay bribes to checkpoints. In Uganda, where charcoal production is banned, it's smuggled across the border and transported under official seals from South Sudan. Other policies promote clean cooking. Liquid petroleum gas, LPG, which burns cleaner than charcoal, is exempted from VAT in Kenya. Some companies have introduced metered gas canisters so consumers can pay as they go, easing upfront costs. Today, more than half of urban Kenyans use LPG.
Welcome to Just Africa, the show where we explore forces shaping the continent's progress and the challenges that often go unnoticed. Just Africa, today we will talk about access to reliable, affordable energy. Now, reliable and affordable energy remains one of the biggest barriers to development. Yet, at the same time, Africa has some of the world's richest renewable energy resources: solar, wind, hydro, and geothermal. Today, we ask, how can engineering and sustainable energy solutions unlock Africa's potential, power our industries, and light up millions of homes? This is Just Africa, reaching you live from Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. I also have Omevi Idolo. So glad to have you today.
Yeah, good afternoon, Olumide. Good afternoon, Lagos, Nigeria, Africa, and to you, wherever you're watching from across the globe. Yeah, it's nice to have you. It's a new week, and the week is starting really, really pretty well.
Yes. The fact that we're even discussing about electricity and power, you know, runs side by side with what is also happening today. Pegasin has ordered a shutdown, a down tool of its workers, union workers, which in turn, which means they've shut down gas plants and thermal plants, and which has affected a whole lot of things because of a rift going on between Dangote refineries and its workers. Dangote sacked about almost 800 workers due to some of his here and there and all that. And Pegasin have also ordered the reinstatement of this these workers and all that. And Dangote has refused, which has led to say a whole lot of things. And now we are witnessing what power can actually do and what it means, how significant power is. But beyond that, you know, they say for any nation to thrive, power must be stable. And this is something that in Africa we are still trying to get. Even Ghana at a point, Ghana had stable power, but now also, but Ghana, if you compare Ghana and other countries, I don't want to mention Nigeria, but Ghana is still doing well. South Africa is leading, and all that. But Nigeria is also trying, we came up with this band A, band B and all that. And we also have, investors that are coming into the power generation, sector. We have Dangote, we have Tedola, we have Adeleke. They are also, so with more people coming in, I think we will be able to see not just constant power, but affordable.
Yes, I think that it is high time we moved away from the traditional way of generating power. Nigeria, Africa, we are so stuck with what we knew. This is how we've been doing it. This is how we are generating power. Lunde, you agree with me that if Africa, Nigeria in particular, had actually moved beyond the way we've been generating power, nobody will be talking about Pegasus shutting down power. If you had access to solar power in your home, you wouldn't care. You won't really care that much. If we had, we are still depending on the traditional method. So anybody can come to you and tell you that if you do not do it my way, I'm going to deal with you in this other way. That is exactly what is playing now. So when there is no power, it is assumed that certain things can't go on, which is true, which affects businesses, which affect our homes, which affect our schools.
True.
Most schools are not powered. Remember the last jam that was written? My niece was a victim of the English exam where they had to write the English paper around 10 p.m. using the flashlight
of the phone.
And there was massive failure. You know what is called mass failure of students. That JAM had to revisit that particular paper, the English paper. Now, if our schools were powered, we will not be talking about students coming 10 p.m. to write exam. Now, you can see that the challenges are still there. It's a beautiful thing that we are gradually moving, like they say that if you're not flying, you should be running. If you're not running, you should be walking. And if you're not walking, you should be crawling. At least there should be movement,
locomotion.
Understand? So the thing is, we understand the situation of things right now, which I know that it will be resolved, but it is high time we move on to the modern innovations. The new, especially the young generations, they are coming up with so much innovations, and it is not just only in the electricity or power sector, it's cutting across all sectors right now. But it's high time we embrace it swiftly. Else, we'll be going back and forth on this. I'm glad that Dangote fear actually came, because by now you know that before you would have been paying double of the price for transportation to get to the office. But with the emergence of Dangote refinery and the fear, you know that to a large extent, fear in Nigeria has been stable. You understand? So when one person says I'm going on strike, it does not affect the other until we get to that point in power. It will still remain like that. For instance, I use the BRT every day, as far as Lagos is concerned, BRT. Before now, BRT was operated by just one company.
Yes.
You understand? So for people who use the Ikorodu commuters, when that company back then, when they go on strike,
wow.
Oh my God, Ikorodu will be shut down because there's no means to go out. They will tell you they are on strike until all the companies came in. Now, if you say you are on strike, it's at your loss because nobody will feel your absence. So I think in the power sector, we should do that. Let's not leave it in the hands of one person, just as you mentioned, band A, band B, but I feel other companies should come in, more private companies should come in, and then we'll be able to sort this out.
Quite interesting. Africa's development story is often tied to the struggle with electricity access, where unreliable power supply continues to limit businesses, education, and industrial growth. Yet a new wave of engineers and entrepreneurs are rising to confront this challenge by providing innovative and sustainable energy solutions. We'll go on a short break. We'll have a guest on standby, and when we come back, we'll bring you the best of Just Africa. Stay tuned.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souk News.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impacts
Welcome back to Just Africa. Now, today's topic is powering Africa with engineering and sustainable energy solutions. Joining us to unpack this robust topic is Solomon Tobiloba. Solomon Tobiloba is an electrical engineer, entrepreneur, and lecturer. He leads change through his company, Biggie Transformers Electrical Solutions, specializing in power generation, transformer maintenance, and solar inverters. Beyond business, he inspires young engineers and educators, demonstrating how renewable energy and technical training can drive Africa's sustainable economic future. Welcome to the program, Solomon.
Good afternoon.
All right, so first of all, what inspired you? You are into renewable energy. I like that sound, renewable energy. Yeah. And we live in a country where energy, let's just stop there. But what inspired you, to focus on engineering solutions, for Nigeria's power challenges?
Growing up in a country where the energy supply is unreliable, and that unreliability affects business, households, industries. That is, we cannot run our business effectively without electricity. I can say that, and you agree with me that business, the economic of a country depends solely on electricity.
Yes.
Like electricity is the backbone. So growing up in that kind of country where there is no light for a month, and when they break the light for 3 hours, you will even appreciate Nepal, like, oh, they have done well today for
Yes.
bringing it for just 3 hours in a whole month. So I looked at this, I want to be part of the solution to this unreliability of electricity, which is downplaying our economy. That's why I just ventured in. Though my dad too was also an electrical engineer, he retired a NEPA officer.
Okay.
So that gave me the easy platform to enter into the industry. And with what I went through as a child, I say, well, that must not happen to the generation that is coming after me.
All right, so I like to ask this question. I know it might sound tricky. Renewable energy. Do you think at this point we should focus on renewable energy, or first fixing what is on ground, the national grid and every other thing on ground, instead of leaving one problem behind to tackle another problem?
Yeah, I would say if you say a problem behind to tackle another problem, then it's actually tricky, because if we say we want to leave, if we are considering leaving the one that is on ground, that is our conventional generation station that I've been using. If we want to repair it, for how many years have we been talking about repair? But we look at renewable energy, you can do it in small scale.
Okay.
That is, you don't have to do it big before it can be operational.
Yes.
You can do it for residents, you can do it for business, for industry, like a factory can own and commercial too can own it. So the reason why I will say that it is better that we venture into renewable energy is because it can work on a small scale, that is, individual can even own it.
Yes.
If the government, we are waiting on the government to fix the conventional, water
grid, yes.
you see, it might wait for long. And a lot of things is nose diving. The economy is nose diving because of electricity.
Yes.
So if there's an alternative that can work, I will suggest that we go for that one. I will suggest.
Okay, so now, how would you assess Nigeria's current state of electricity sector? And what do you think is the biggest challenge? Do you think it has to do with power generation, power distribution, or something, or other factor?
If you look at it very well, you see that we are struggling as a nation, and in that sector, electricity, we are struggling with it. And like you said, a lot of things is the problem. We have to be fixing them. We have to pick from the top and correct. But if you look at the main issues that we're having as a country, is number one, and it's not only in the electrical sector, it cuts across all other sectors. We have poor maintenance ability as a country. When we set something up, you see, you go on net now, you will see them. We have built this for this community. We have done this for this community. Come back in the next 2-3 years, you will see that the whole setup, the amenity is gone bad because of poor maintenance.
Yes.
So, but the problem, the main one is the maintenance. But if you look at other thing that we're having issue is generating capacity. We're having issue with generating capacity. That is the whole generation, what we are producing, the capacity of our generating plant is not even enough to supply. Economy, we say the demand is more than the supply.
Yes.
The supply is not meeting up with the demand.
Yes.
Then there will be scarcity
Yes.
in the economy. So if they are generating something that is not even enough, how will it reach everybody? That is number one. And another issue we're having is issue of infrastructure, aging infrastructure. You will look at, if you go to Kanji, the setup that they have set up since like 30 years ago. That is what they are still using. So they want us to still work, and people are increasing. 10 years ago, the same setup that we were using when I was in my parents' house, I am also setting up a house for myself and my family now.
Yes.
I'm also having equipment that are drawing load on that same setup. It will not work. And one of the issues we also have in Nigeria is that most times we blame government. I'm not always blaming government every time.
Okay.
You look at it, and sometimes you hear that some people, they have vandalized a transformer, they have packed wire, underground cable, because that, it's expensive.
Yes.
You say some guys have gone, they packed the wire, so this one is not going to work. So you see that is a big problem. Or you can wake up tomorrow and you hear the national grid has collapsed. And you wonder, okay, the national grid has collapsed, they are going to fix it. Then after 3 days, they say it is working again. Then after another 1 week, that's collapsed again. I cannot even mention how many times I've heard in just this month that is rounding up that national grid has collapsed. So the problem cut across generation, not producing enough electricity that we even reach everybody, and then even transmission, aging. The power line that is bringing the generated capacity down to the consumer, you will find out that in the middle, the pole has fallen, and in all of that. Or distribution, there's bias. The people that are even distributing it, they are biased. That is, they tend to, everybody wants to make money.
Yes.
I'm distribution company now. I want to distribute. I will look at my high-rated customers that will pay. There are some people that they will use, they will not pay. Or even though when you are supplying to them, you cannot even charge them because of the kind of community that they are. There's rural area and there are urban centers.
Yes.
In urban centers, you as the distributor, you know that these people, they need this electricity for their business. So you charge them more. So you tend to supply them more than you are supplying. But assuming the generating capacity is enough to serve everybody, you won't have to say, I want to shed to these people and cut these people off the grid.
So you have a company that's Biggie Transformers Electrical Solutions.
Yes.
But first of all, let's ask, what practical role do transformer systems, what they play in achieving renewable energy distribution?
Transformer is, I would say, transformer is the backbone of electricity. Okay. You see, operational, if you are working with electricity, you work at different voltage. And that is the main way. You work at different voltage. That is the voltage that consumer can use. We will talk about the 415 on 3-phase. Okay. We'll talk about the 240 on a single phase. That is, if you want to plug your phone in a socket, you are using 240. Then, if you're talking about generating voltage, that is from the plant. Yes. We are talking about 33 kV. So, if the voltage is coming after generation, 33 kV, you want to transmit it down to the end user, you step it up. Okay. When you step it up to 33,000, the reason for stepping it up is because you are transmitting over a long distance, and there's what we call voltage drop along the line. That is, if you leave it on that 33 that you generated, before it will get to the final destination, you might even be getting like 10, and it will not work. Okay. So you step it up at the generation, then you transmit over a long distance. Then at a point, from that 330 that you have stepped, you step it down to 132. Then from 132, it will travel again. Then at a point, at the substation, from 132, you now step it down. There's step up and step down. You step it down back to 33 or 11. And when you hear 33, 11, those are the high voltage that transformer at the end point convert to the consumable voltage. So you get what I'm talking about? Yes. So from the generation station, the 33 to 330, what performs the work of stepping up is a transformer. Then from the 330 to 132, that is step down, is a transformer. From 132 to 33 or 11, it is also a different kind of transformer that is doing that. Then from that 33, 11 to 415 on 3-phase, is another type of transformer. So without transformer, all those stepping up and stepping down cannot be possible. If you are supplying voltage directly from the generating station, that kind of voltage is dangerous. Merely passing beside can kill a man. So transformer will help you step up or step down. That is why it is the backbone of any transmission, generation, or distribution.
All right. So there has always been this thought on my mind. Okay. You hear of streets where their transformer goes back, boo, boo, and back, boo means it blows up. And you hear people say that, oh, that particular street will not have light for the next 1 month. So my question is, who actually has the is it the distribution company that would provide that transformer? Because yes, sometimes streets have to donate, houses have to donate money to get the transformer. Is that right? Is it the distribution company sole purpose to provide the transmitter or transformer rather, or maybe they are financially handicapped, so the streets will have to, come in. Whose responsibility is it to provide transformer? Yes.
I will say, well, I can't really answer that question directly, but because going up, whenever a street transformer is bad, the streets will contribute money. Yes. But living house, coming to Lagos for greener pasture, staying somewhere in Alaka, you find out that transformer goes bad. The reason why transformer goes bad is not even because of distribution company deficiencies. Yes. Transformer can go bad because of overload, and if there's overload, it is not the distribution company that is causing overload. It is the amount of consumer that is on the transformer
plugged into it
that is connected to it over a long run. I know when you get a new transformer, maybe there's like 50 hours on it. Then the community is going. There is need to increase the capacity of that transformer to serve everybody. But Nigeria, we will keep loading it until a time will come that it will be overloaded and it will blow. So you get what I'm talking about. So, but the idea is that distribution company, they are the one that have the right, especially in Lagos. If you as a technician, an electrician, transformer is bad, you enter. You can enter and do 1 or 2 in the night. But in the day, if you enter and distribution company, you are caught, they have the right to arrest you. But I will say that I don't think, maybe when there was no unbundling, you know, there was a time where all the energy sector is together. The generation, the transmission, and the distribution, they are together. That is when we call them. There was the time we were NEPA, then we changed from NEPA to PHCN. But after that time, I think maybe like 10 years, 12 years ago, there was an unbundling where distribution companies are separated. We now have Ikeja, we have Eko, we have Abuja, no more PHCN. So now, those are they are private sectors. You can't expect them to be the one to be getting your transformer for you. The only thing they can do is to, they should serve as a regulatory body to govern, to see that you are not in any kind of hazard and that they are providing energy for you when you need it. So when your transformer go bad, you are the one as a community that is supposed to make provision.
All right, so what's the story behind founding Biggie Transformer Electrical Solutions? What inspired you? Were you climbing poles or?
like I told you, like growing up, my dad is in the industry, is practicing the profession. So I go out with him, we work. So I really would say, when it comes to basic wiring, I really did not learn it from any body. Except my dad, I go out with him.
Learned on the job.
Learned on the job, thank you. So, but going to school, when I did my national diploma in Yabatek, so, you know, we'll go out, we'll work, we just sit as if, let's just go and, I know how to do it. That is
in Yabatek, what did you study?
Electrical engineering.
Electrical
engineering.
okay.
My HND.
Electrical engineering,
solely. So, ND, we just go around and I know how to do it. I can help you. That was just the culture. So, but when I came back for my HND in 2020, then that was when Corona, the COVID-19 came in February, March. COVID-19 started in 2020. And, you know, I was just at home. Before the COVID-19, I had gone for my Haiti. I did it in Abuja. My dad told me, now that you are done with your ND, why not try? Because after your IT, your HND, you might not have time to learn anything, like you want to be under anybody again. Why not use this opportunity of your internship to learn something? You know, electricity is wide. You can be specialized in generation, and you will know little in distribution. Because when they bring you to equipment, you might not be able to operate it, and you're still an engineer. So why not try and learn how to repair and refurbish transformer? So that was what I used my whole IT year to do. So coming back, COVID-19 started, and we were just at home. I was not even at home. I was in Lagos. I could not travel back home to stay with my family. So, you know, there was no work. Nobody was working. We have to be managing. But in my street, a lot of things were happening. That was what inspired me to bet the Biggie Transformer. That is the business. I've been practicing. But I don't know how to monetize. So you get, in the street, I sit down, you know, student area now. Students, some of the ladies, students in those hostels will come out and say, my socket is bad, my this is bad, my that is bad. And I'll just pick up my screwdriver, I'll just fix it for them as friends. Then one day, my mentor, his name is Pastor Abiodun Adedayo. He's no longer in Nigeria now. He just called me one day. He's also a businessman. I think I would say he's one that inspired business, entrepreneur in my mind. In your mind. You get? So he just told me that, you know, you can monetize all these things and make money out of it. So now when you call me, I don't just say I'm your friend. I'll say I will buy this for this amount. I will just add a little, like 30% of the real price. I'll add it to it. And I'll say I will fix it for 1,000 naira. Then I started doing that without the business. So I started doing that. I was making money. My eyes was opening that, okay, I can do this, I can do that. Then in the long run, there was a day I was just stayed and across my street, Uber, they were coming in. Like in a week, Uber guys would just park and say, their battery is low, they need to charge. I was still the one to take the battery. I said, don't worry, there's one man that is charging now. One day I just thought, but what did I go and learn in my IT? I learned to repair transformer. And battery charger is just a transformer with some modules that convert AC to DC, that can charge a battery. why not build a battery charger myself? That was what I learned. Part of what I learned. So I just said, okay, let me just build this thing. Then I just got the equipment, built them, wind the transformer myself, built it. Then I made a poster. There was no business. Then one day my pastor called me and said, go and look for so amount. Let me register your CAC. You understand? That was how the business came about.
All right, so you built battery chargers.
Amongst others.
Amongst others, okay. So how, I want us to look at the business side of it now. How, when you started, were you getting a lot of people? Because, you know, I know what it is to have a low or faulty battery. It can ruin your day, and sometimes these battery chargers, it's very scarce to get them. So how was the business? Did you get a lot of, did you produce on a mass scale to sell, or were you just charging batteries for people? They just bring their battery, you charge, and or did you actually start producing and selling to other people?
Okay, a few times, some people requested that I build them a charger. Like not much, as at that time, that I was really into it. I can count like 4. Then when I was in my EED in school, then I also introduced it to make my, since I'm doing the business, and they requested for a business name, and I have the business name, I just said, I told my group, oh, let's just use my business name to run this EED project. And what we did also in the project was to build, I think, 2 battery chargers. And the lecturer took one, tested, it was working fine. So, but as at that time, what the business was centered on was, I got 2 battery, then build the charger. So whenever people come around and say their battery is down, I will get their battery. I might not even know them. I will get their battery, and I will get a up payment of, let's say, as at that time, 2021, I can get like 10,000, which is more than what I should collect for both charging and renting of my own battery. That one should not be more than 4,000 naira. Since my battery is not new, so I collect 10,000. So in case they run with my battery, I will hold the house with their money. So just like
so insurance,
like an insurance. So they go, they come back, pick their battery, return mine. I recharge my battery and keep for another person that is coming. So that was what I was doing on the battery charging business. And that was not the only business I inputted.
Tell us what more.
I also added servicing, maintenance. As at that time, I had like 2 hostels that I introduced myself. I just drafted a Word document showing what I do, maintenance, wiring, electrical, and all of that. I wrote it. Those were not my ideas. They were ideas that was given to me by my mentor. Okay, so I wrote them and I gave it out to the hostel manager. Okay, in case you need. So, and I'm on the street. That was my leverage. That you might have engineers that you feel are better or that are mature that could handle projects than me. But I've done this, I've done that. And plus the fact that I'm on the street, you can call me anytime. And multiple times, like 11 o'clock, there will be fire due to electricity. And I'm always responding. So that was how my business was thriving in that environment as at that time. So I have like 2 hostels that we need this. Our generator, Meccano, the battery is bad. They come and charge it for us. There's a room that needs wiring. A new person is coming into the room, resident is coming to the room. Come and help us with it. So that was the scope of my business as at that time.
All right, so you were also a lecturer, or you are still a lecturer.
Yeah, I am.
So how does the role as a lecturer, how does it help you connect to classroom theory, you know, with real life experience? Because now, you know, a lot of our students, they would go to school, you hear this one read computer engineering, this, that, but they don't have that real life experience. How are you able to, you know, connect your students with real life, both theory, the theoretical aspect, and the real life experience?
It's just like, I'm trying to explain. Even you might agree with me that when you ask me about transformer, it's easy for me to break it down.
Yes.
You understand? Because I'm not just reading it from a book to you. So when some of them might actually be watching me. When I'm in the class, I try to break it down. You understand? So because I've done it before and I'm still doing it, so I break it down to them. Okay, this is what we call transformer. If you're talking about step up, why is it step up? Why is it step down? I break it down to them. And some of them, they ask me, okay, how can you help us with our practical knowledge and all of that? I was okay, let me send you a circuit. You know, school will tell you resistor is for resisting voltage, capacitor is for filtering and all of that. But why not let's try? Like soldering. So you won't just say it with your mouth. Let's try it out. Let's do this together. to see how it actually works. So it has been easy for me to go into the class and talk to the student because I'm not talking from the book. I'm talking from the experience that
From
is
the
in my
experience. So what skills are most critical, for the young engineers entering the energy sector? What skills do they actually require? I mean, you have been on the site, you're on the spot, you've done a whole lot. What skills do you think are most required?
I would say, like I said, that electrical engineering is wide, is broad. There's a lot of skill, technical skill that you can acquire that will earn you money, that will make you set as an engineer. Sure, you get what I'm talking about. So, but then, it's not all about technical skill. You must always be vast. You must learn to be vast in monetizing what you know.
Yes.
Because if you look at Nigeria today, Nigeria has produced a lot of engineers, bright minds, people that are actually good in the business, not only in electrical engineering. In other sectors, you have Nigerians that when they go out, they function perfectly because where they are coming from, there's competition. You want to do fine. So if you only learn how to do this, do that, you might still be below the means. So the skills that I've seen across my little year of experience is that you must be able to relate with people. That is most of your skills that help most are soft skills. You will know this, but you don't know how to relate with your customer because it's not just knowing the skill, it's not just knowing about electrical. How can you relate? Since even though you are in a company, it's not your own company, you are working in a company. The issue you start having is you might know a lot, but you don't know how to relate, customer relation, team spirit, all of that. You don't have them, you might have issue. And if you own your own business, you meet different people that want your service. You must know how to relate with them so that they will call you another time.
So let's come back to renewable energy. What benefits, what business opportunities and benefits? Because it is also capital extensive. I mean, building a solar panel in your house might run into millions. So it's capital intensive. So that's why some people see it as it's for the rich people who really want. Do I really want 24-hour power? If I can have maybe 6 to 7 hours, I'm okay. So why should I? So what are the potentials?
When we look at health benefit, there's a lot of benefit that is attached to renewable. Because when you say something is renewable, you are not paying. There's not continuous. It's not incurring a continuous bill because it's sustainable. It's renewable. Example is sun. Example is wind. Even water is also renewable.
Yes.
So you understand. So, but solar particularly, the reason why I say that solar is beneficial in a country like Nigeria, in a continent like Africa, is because we have solar energy in abundance. There is sun. So why not utilize it? Of a truth, it is expensive. And it became expensive due to increase in demand. If you had done solar 10 years ago, you have set it up 10 years ago, you might even use 30% of what you used to do it now, is what you would have used then. So people don't really see it. But if you claim that the rich should just keep doing it, that you don't need it, if you can get a light of 7 hours, maybe because you are in Lagos. There are some states, there are some community that they don't get to use light for 5 hours in a week sometimes. There are most places they do 2 days, 2 days on, 2 days off. It's not like the way it is here in Lagos. Some places they don't even get to use. So if you are setting up a business in those kind of areas, how will you function? If you are setting up business in Nigeria today, you have to consider light. For example, you are doing frozen food. And you want to bank on a generator. Generators, the fuel price in Nigeria is volatile. You can go there tomorrow. I think I bought free yesterday. It was 860. You can go tomorrow, it's 1,000 something. It's just not fixed. You understand what I'm talking about? So, but if you want to do solar, even till today, it is always the initial cost. The initial cost might be high. But like I told one of my clients, she made inquiries about solar. She told me the capacity that she will need, our load and all of that. We did load estimation. Okay, this is what we work for your house and all of that. Okay, what is the cost? We got the prices for all the materials that are needed, and I told her, and she was like, it's much. I said, it's much. When I started doing calculation, how many hours do you put on your gen? She owns a studio plus a house. Her husband is also working tech. So most of the time they need light. There's always light, but half of the time there's no light, they are affected. I say, okay, if there's no light, maybe the light is bad for a week. She said most time the light is always bad around Adekunle. Okay, so how much do you want? So by the time we calculated, in a week, you're using fuel of 30,000 naira in a week. That is in a month. That is 120. 120 in a year. That is like 1.6 something, 1.4, 1.6 million naira. So if you continue to use it, you have not calculated the cost of maintenance of your generator, the cost of oil, the cost and all of that. I've just calculated the cost of fuel. Let's calculate for 2 years or 3 years. And if you get your inverter today, you set it up today. Before, as long as you have employed a good professional to help you set it up, you are not supposed to have any issue for the next 3 to 4 years. You can ask anybody that is using inverter. 3 to 4 years, you are not supposed to have any issue. And after 4 years, the issue you should be having is your battery is getting weaker. And you want to replace battery. And that is even if you are using tubular. Today in the solar industry, we now have a lithium battery that can last for 10 years, last for 15 years. They will give you a warranty that after 5 years, if there's any issue, you return it. They will take it back from you and give you another one. So that means if you set up your system, we are talking about 10 years from now, as long as your load is still under the maximum capacity that was calculated for you, you are not exceeding, because every system has problem of overload. If you do not overload your system, 10 years you are using, and it is that initial cost as at the time you started. That is what you will be working with. You don't have to wait for fuel. You don't have to look for fuel. You are just working with your system. It's always the initial cost that is always making people to run. So,
all right. So, finally, just before we close, what policy or reforms do you believe would unlock Africa's energy or Nigeria's energy potential? What policies or reforms do you think we need right now?
Well, what I can say about that question is that if you look at Nigeria today, like I said earlier, I'm not trying to point fingers at government. I also believe that in your low estate, wherever you are, your corner, you can make a difference. That is my belief. So even though it's not easy, everybody know. We don't need to tell ourselves as Nigerians. We don't need to tell ourselves.
Yes.
But if you look at the issue we have as a nation, is that when something is thriving as a nation, the government tends to look at that part. This thing is thriving. They will be concerned about it. They will be interested. They might not have done anything to help that thing that is thriving. But the moment that thing is thriving, you will now hear about a kind of incentive that they must collect.
Yes.
They will say, okay, you must join this organization before you can work here. Something that you have been working and nobody was disturbing you. But because it's making money, you now start seeing government policy, bring money from here, you must pay this. If you not pay, we will lock your business and all of that. So I think the government, because if the government had been able to solve the problem of instability in Nigeria, maybe solar and all of that will not be going faster like this white fire like it is going now. Though globally, solar is a white fire.
Yes.
So Nigeria should not be left out.
Yes.
So, but if as it is now going in Nigeria, you see a lot of government policy where they say they want to put a kind of money on importation of panels. If you go online, you see those kind of news.
Yes.
The government is saying they want to put. If the government can allow private sector to build what they cannot do, we have left them for a long time to do. Like you said earlier, you were like, why can we not focus on? And if you say focus on, it is not individual. But as this solar of a thing, investor that has money can set up a private organization providing electricity.
Yes.
The government should allow, not burden them with a lot of payment of dues, taxes, and all of that. I think if that can be possible, they should cut out all those money. I think electricity in the next 10 years, I believe it will be better.
Electricity in the next 10 years. So what is your personal vision for building a renewable energy solution in Africa?
I would say that I've been putting my best in supporting, in sensitizing people about what is best. Solar, or if there's a new technology, like, we delve into, we go on net, we read about, we might not be the inventors of all these new technologies,
yes,
but we read about it, we see how good they are, and we also join ourselves with the vision and bring it to our community. My own support is just that what I've been doing all these few years is to sensitize people about the benefit of solar and how it will help business that are about to shut down just due to the issue of instability.
Thank you very much, Solomon Oluwatoluiloba, for your insights, and thank you for joining us on Just Africa today. I think that's all we will take right now. Energy, Africa's energy is not just about electricity, it's about education, of course, it's about health, industry, and dignity. We'll go on a short break now, and when we come back, we'll continue with the second segment of Just Africa. Stay tuned.
Interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas, and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event. It's designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it's never dies. That's the difference between Thor and Shango. Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, okay? And they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souk News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching Souk News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souk News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souk News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love on the bad.
We've got just what you need right here at Venue Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back to Just Africa, the program spotlighting the ideas, innovations, and people shaping the continent's future. Now, on this International Day of Science and Technology and Innovation for the South, we focus on how media can accelerate Africa's progress. From health and agriculture to renewable energy and digital technologies, innovation is transforming Africa, yet awareness and policy support often lag. Media, print, broadcast, and digital can close this gap by amplifying breakthroughs, simplifying the complex science, and holding leaders accountable. Strong science reporting inspires youth to pursue STEM, attract investments, and encourages evidence-based decision by bridging innovators, policymakers, and public African media. doesn't just document progress, it drives sustainable development across the continent. Now, on this segment, the topic is the role of media in driving science, technology, and innovation in Africa. Joining us to unpack this is Emmanuel Oluwatomisin Afolabi. He is a journalist, political analyst, and a keynote speaker. So glad to have you this afternoon on Just Africa.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes. All right. So, first question. What role does the media play in shaping public understanding of science and technology in Africa today?
Well, thank you very much. Well, there's a need for us to know first that the role of media in this generation are multi-dimensional. Yeah, what I mean by multi-dimensional, that is the role of media in the world today, it plays a lot of roles. Then, if we're looking at it, their role in this scenario, number one, public awareness. They raise awareness, promoting education, showcasing innovations, and at the same time also showcasing, shaping public awareness, understanding on the perception of science and technology.
All right, so how can journalists, how can they, effectively report on complex scientific and technological developments?
Well, number one, there's a need for them to collaborate with experts. That is, those that are in line, those that know the do's and don'ts, those that know how it is being done. Collaborate with the experts. Then at the same time, once they collaborate with the experts, they will be able to give them information, concrete information about the happenings. And at the same time, there's a need for them to focus about human impact as well. That is the impact of human. So with all these things, journalists, they are going to be very effective in their reports in science and technology.
All right, thank you, Emmanuel, and we appreciate your time once again for joining us on the show. So you talked about awareness, simplifying everything concerning science, technology, and innovation. And of course, the media helps to play that role. But do you also think that oversimplification of science and technology will make the society lose the real depth of what science and technology is and innovation generally?
Well, left to me, I just feel, like I said, for public awareness, and at the same time, as a public awareness, then the main important role is the awareness, main importantly. And I don't think the simplification is going to be wrong. But I feel the main important thing for them is they play their significant role, because no organization, no platform can soar higher without public awareness, or most importantly, without the awareness of media.
Okay, so in creating this awareness, most times when scientists, innovators, when they come up with new ideas, they often use terms, languages that the ordinary or the average Nigerian or the average African may not be able to understand. What do you think of using local languages in communicating with the community, in passing this information?
Well, that is where the help of media comes in. Like I said the other time, once they collaborate with experts, collaborating with experts as journalists will make the work more easier to local community to understand. Like every profession, they have their own term. Journalists or journalism has its own term. Science and technology too, they have their own term. But once there's collaboration with experts in the science and technology room, it will make it easier for the populace or for people to understand, oh, this is what they mean. This is how it is being done. So with the help of media, it will make them understand. Like I said, once they collaborate with those in charge, they collaborate with those in line, they will be able to understand those terminologies. People don't understand. That's where the help of media comes in.
Okay, don't you think that some of these awareness or the campaign or any ways of trying to make the people understand can come like a kind of hype? that the people will see, okay, it is just a hype, and after a period of time, or rather it comes as a trend. Everybody follows, and all within a short period of time, after the media has hyped, it just fades away. What do you think about that?
Well, you're actually correct. Most people, once they know the meaning of those terminologies probably being translated or being transcribed by media, they might want to take it for granted. They will just take it as truth. But the main important thing is for the understanding of people. That is where the media comes in. The main important is not even how people react to it, but the main purpose is the understanding. Do people like if you go to a doctor, the doctor is going to call some terminologies you've not even heard about before. But once the doctor can tell us the meaning, or if the media can tell us, oh, so people will be like, so this is even what they have been talking about. I even think it's something big. It's nothing even big. So it's just a simple word that a doctor or anybody is now using a big grammar for. So I just feel all these things still boils in with understanding of the people. Most importantly, the media should explain, or the awareness should be top notch. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. So can media coverage, can it influence government policies or even in the private sector in innovation? And what challenges hinder media coverage of innovation on the continent?
Well, thank you very much. Like, it is not news to us. One of those things that affects media in today's world is limited of source. That is a little of resource of funding. Number one, we will look at a lot of private media organizations today. Most of them, they don't really have source of funding, most of them. So that one is a major challenge, limited source of funding, resource funding. Number two, misinformation too. And at the same time, most of them don't have access to information. Misinformation, most of them don't have access to information. They keep some of this information, they don't want the media to know more about it. So they restrict it from the media.
All right. Okay. So the second question, which I asked, which was actually the first question, is how can media coverage, how can it influence government policies? And
sorry, I can't hear you clearly, sir.
Can you hear me now? I said, how can media coverage on innovation, how can it influence government policies or private sector investment?
Okay. Number one, how we can influence private sector. If I can get your question right. I don't know. I'm not hearing you clearly, sir.
All right. So I said, how can media coverage, how can it influence government policies or even private sector investment in innovation?
Number one, by holding the government accountable. There is a need for, because that is number one, how it can influence them. You have to be able to be holding, because as media, we serve as the watchdog. A lot of people are watching the media. They need to be able to hold the government, those in charge, accountable. Number two, also raising awareness. There's a need for them to also raise awareness to the populace, to the people, raising awareness about the innovations needs and opportunities, and at the same time to showcasing stories and potential. It is not every time as media they publish bad stories, or we make bad stories powerful. What are those good stories too? Let us publish it. Let the world know, okay, these are what have been going in place. But more importantly, we serve as the watchdog.
Emmanuel, are you there? I guess the network is, he was trying to explain a whole lot of things, because I really wanted to know how, media coverage of this innovations, how it influences, government policies, because we hear, different times you hear that, oh, this person invented this. I think there was a competition, I think in Benin, that a couple of university won. I think it was UNIBEN that won that. So what happens after that? Is it that you just give them a certain amount of money and say, okay, bye-bye?
Yeah.
How do you replicate that? How do you incorporate that into governance? Because that is where, capacity building.
Yes, and that is actually supposed to be the work of media, We're supposed to be the bridge, the bridge between the government and the people.
Yes,
You understand?
definitely.
I don't know if our guest is back yet.
No.
So the thing is, most times we just report, in fact, that's actually my next question for him. Most times we often report politics, entertainment. No, how the stories, the science stories, technology stories don't get the same attention as politics and entertainment and even business as we do here. The media often don't report all that. So we've seen, just as you said, that is, I think it was Unibend actually one. We've seen secondary school children creating something. We've seen different people. Nobody reports their stories, their success stories. Was it in Unibed that they built something electrical bus or something,
Yes.
something like that? Now, the question is, how many people are the buses conveying? Are they even using the buses? No, it's a sad story. That
Well, they have to produce it on a mass scale.
Yes.
Set it up for...
Now, when we are talking about producing it in mass, these people need the funding.
Yes.
Because they were students. They don't
Yes.
have the financial capacity to do it.
Yes.
They need funding, they need mentorship, they need so many things for them to be able to say, okay, they need partnership. So
Definitely.
for them to be able to say, okay, we want to produce this in mass. Now, even after that, the people, the students, will they be confident enough to ride on those buses?
Well, it's their invention, so they will be the first. You know, I think they should be the first to test it.
You understand? So the truth is, a lot when it comes to science and technology, people, their stories are really not reported out there, which is affecting us. So many people just feel, okay, let's just put this out there, whether it's the government to see it. Now, my own concern sometimes is, has the government ever seen, have they made policies to say, okay, we are bringing in innovators. Let's put them together. Let's get the best 10, the best 50 and see what they can do. I don't know if it is happening. Over the weekend, I was watching a movie where a company actually did that. They just selected, people applied, okay, the best 34. Let's see what they can create. And from there, they picked them up, they trained them, they were mentored in every aspect. And from there, they were sent out to different organizations and they were bringing in their expertise. And until we start doing that, we will keep relying on other countries for them to keep sending in what they have. So, and at the end of the day, we keep complaining that we always buy foreign made. So when do we really start producing our own? So it is, I think the media, as far as this conversation is concerned, the media has a lot to do. It is not just for us to carry cameras and mic and go there when, okay, it's a competition and this person won and so certain amount of money was given to the person and the story just died there. No. What is the follow-up? What build up stories? Okay, the people that want to know, what are they doing next? I think these are things, are stories that the media, journalists needs to cover.
All right, so Emmanuel Oluwatomisi is back. So glad to have you, Oluwatomisi.
Yeah, thank you very much. Apologies for the other time, just the network. Thank you.
Yes, you were about closing in on your thoughts. Let's have
policy.
On policies.
Okay, I can't hear you. Probably I can't hear you very well. So whenever you're speaking.
All right. So I said you were laying your thoughts before you went offline.
Yes.
Regarding government policies.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I was talking. I said the media, as we serve as the watchdog. That is, we need to hold the government accountable of everything they do, and at the same time, the other speaker was saying the other time, because she was talking the other time, she said it is not all about media carrying mic and cameras all of the time. Project necessary information that the world have to know. Project necessary information. It is not all the time we publish or we keep projecting bad news. What are those good news happening around? Let those ones too be projected. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much, Emmanuel. So I want to ask, we, while you were away, myself and my co-host, we were having a conversation. And the conversation is this. Most times, media, I love the fact that you're a journalist, so you understand what we're talking about here now. Because most times, media, we cover just politics, entertainment, and less of business, less of science and technology innovations. Those stories don't really come up. What do we need to do, or those in this sector, what do they have to do for them to gain the same attention as sports, politics, entertainment?
Well, the truth is, you are very, very correct. Like someone like me, I don't think I've for once said, let me even look at what is going on in science and technology. I don't think I've, the only thing that will make me go into business is probably, okay, let me check how much is dollar. But you know, if you are talking about things that people, the attention, more people pay more attention in politics, sports. In politics, 2027 is coming, election is coming up. Okay, let's listen to news, or most popularly as journalists, most of us now, we want to cover 2027 election because that is what is trending. And let's not forget, people want to get participated. There's something we call catchy news. Most of the time, 2027, because the election is, by the way, now, we tend that if you post a news or if you publish a news talking about 2027 election, people will want to use. But I think as journalists, there's a need for us to sit back. That is why we have different beats. Some people should be assigned to science and technology. That should be their beat. And at the same time, I think it's high time for all journalists, probably if any journalists or any media organizations are listening to us right now, it's time for us to focus more on science and technology news, because a lot of things are going on in science and technology that we are very silent. A lot of innovations, a lot of different innovatives are going on in the science and technology world, but nobody is sharing those information. Even we journalists, we are less concerned about it. All we are concerned about is sport. Oh, they gave $150 to Toby Amusho, they gave $150 to Super Falcons. That is what everybody wants to hear. So I hope that in the next future, science and technology news is going to be everywhere, and it's even going to be more top notch, and people will want to be listening to it even more than sport and politics. I believe that someday. Thank you.
Yes, if in the nearest future, science and technology will be there, I believe that there are some steps that we need to take. There are some things we need to do for them to gain same attention as sports. What are those steps that we need to take?
Well, let's start from our leaders. You see, those in charge of science and technology, what are those things they do? What are those programs? What are those innovatives? Now, you know that in sports, we play football, we play basketball, all those things are taking charge. But those in charge of science and technology, what are those things that they are doing that will attract even the journalists to participate or to project what they are doing? So I think there's a need for us to start from there. The role our leaders, those in charge of science and technology, the roles they play determines how the image or the name science and technology will be projected. That's from my own perspective.
All right, thank you very much, Emmanuel. So how can media coverage this time around, how can they inspire youth to pursue careers in STEM, that is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics?
Well, media can inspire you because everybody, now, if we're even talking about media, let's not forget, we have the print medium, we have the broadcast medium, and we also have the new media, which is the social media now. For example, now, one of those things, it can help them. Oh, you see someone doing well, it's how it can inspire you. Oh, you saw someone, a guy of 18-year-old, 20-year-old, doing something great, and it's been published on social media, been posted on social media. As a youth, you'll be inspired. Oh, I feel I can do something like this. I feel I can even be better than this. So if those positive news are being published, it is like I said earlier, not every time we should be publishing bad stories. And let's not forget, they say, like it's a normal time that bad stories sells more. Bad stories sells more. But as journalists, it shouldn't be every time we should be publishing bad stories. We are demoralizing, we are not even encouraging the youth, or with the youth of today's. But most people are, where are those good stories? with publication of good stories, projecting good stories on our different televisions is going to inspire youth for a better future and a better tomorrow. Thank you, sir.
All right. Secondly, some of these innovations, inventions that we see that go viral, it comes from the rural areas or underserved communities. And, you know, how can the media...
Sorry, I can't get your question, sir. Sorry,
I said some of the innovations that go viral on social media, they come from rural communities. You hear someone in the north who invented an airplane or something from the core rural area. So how can the media highlight underreported innovations in rural or underserved communities?
I think the other point is just we should focus more on local initiatives. It shouldn't be every time rural. Let us focus more what is happening in the local environment. Focusing more on local initiative is going to be of help. And also we should seek diverse sources too. We should just stand that okay, I've gotten a particular source. I think there's a need for us to get another source. We should get diverse sources. I think with that it's going to be of help.
Yes, in addition to, or a continuation of the question he just asked, I want to ask, just like sports, there's something called scouting.
Yes.
For new talents or fresh talents. Is it not possible? Yeah, scouting, right? So is it not possible for those in science and technology, innovations and the likes, is it not possible for them to also go scouting for new talents or raw talents in these rural areas? I know most of them can't do it alone, but there are organizations, there are companies, there are private organizations who can actually do this or partner with government. What do you think?
Yeah, you know, like I said the other time, let us focus more on local initiatives. And the truth of the matter is, if you look at those in the they can even perform better. And yeah, I'm with you. They can perform better than those in the rural area. Now, okay, those in the local community, they will never be distracted. They don't have anything that will distract them. Unlike, okay, about last week, I traveled down to a particular village, and the distance from the school to the village is so much long. Now, I now discuss with someone, those people in this kind of village, they'll be focused. They'll be focused in everything they do because there is nothing distracting them. So I believe those in the local environment, the local areas, they have a lot of talent there. And there's a need, probably they will partner with the government so that they will be able to know those gifts, those people that are talented or those people that are gifted. A typical example is the Super Eagle goalkeeper now. You know, he was scouted, he was known by one of our former probably Genetro. I don't know if I'm very correct, but I think it should be Genetro. He is keeping in South Africa. Nobody knew him. But just because of the help of scouting, the coach was able to go to South Africa and, oh, this guy is going to go. I look at him today, he's doing fantastically well, even those that are even in Europe. But he was able to get someone in this continent, South Africa, that nobody had even heard of his name. So I feel with the help of government and other private organizations, this will also be of help. By scouting those in the local entity, in the local community, will also help us, and it's going to boost science and technology in Nigeria or in Africa at large.
Yes, thank you very much, Emmanuel. I want to go further by asking about foreign investors. Do you think foreigners, foreign partners, do you think they have confidence enough in our media reporting in such a way that they feel they will have so much confidence in our science and technology that they want to come over here to come and invest? Do you think, because the question is actually two in one. First, do you think our media, Nigeria, African media, do you think we are reporting something good enough about our science and technology that will make those people to want to come down to Africa to come and invest? And do you think those people have so much confidence in our own science and technology in Africa?
You see, before they can have confidence in our science and technology reporting in Africa, they need to see what we've been doing. If we have not been doing well, they can never have confidence. If the media have not been reporting well about them, they cannot have confidence in us. It is what we project that they will see. if we project something good, if our media, they are reporting something good, or they are reporting, or they are saying something good about science and technology, I think that's going to be a boost, a morale for the foreign investors. Oh, these people are doing well in Africa, they are doing well in Nigeria. Oh, I saw a young boy of 25-year-old, what he's doing, his innovation skill is very high. But even if a particular news television is reporting news of 20 minutes, such person can focus more on politics, 5 minutes, sports, 5 minutes, politics, 5 minutes, sports, 5 minutes, business, 5 minutes, probably advertisement, 2 minutes, and probably hardly you will see them 1 minute for science and technology. But I don't know, is it that we don't even have science and technology updates in Nigeria or in Africa? But there's a need for us to go down to the scratch. And this is a big tax for journalists in Nigeria and in Africa. Like, now, enough of we focusing on sports, enough of we focusing on politics, enough of we focusing on other. Let us focus more on science and technology. We're in the age of science and technology now. Let the world know what we are made of. Let the world know the talent. Like we rightly said the other time, I think there's a need for us to go to the local community, the local entity. So I probably with that, we are going to have another new image, another new shape in science and technology in Africa and Nigeria, hopefully. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Emmanuel. So how should the media cover both successes and risk of innovation?
Sorry, I can't get you well, sir.
How should the media, or how can the media balance, the success of innovations while also highlighting its pitfalls and risk?
Well, if I can get you, I said, how can the media balance the
reporting,
balance the success story?
Yes, and also the pitfalls.
I'm not getting your question.
Okay,
sir?
Now in reporting innovations.
Okay, in reporting, yeah.
Yes, in reporting, how can the media, how should the media balance reporting success stories, also reporting pitfalls, failures? How is there a balance? How should the media, balance reporting both?
Well, like I said earlier, a lot of people focus more on the media. And the truth of the matter is, if science and technology, if they are doing wonderfully well, project their image well, that is it. We shouldn't focus more on bad story. I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm not saying media or journalists should not publish or project a bad side too. I believe that projecting even the bad side is going to give them more seriousness. Oh, this news these days have not been good. I think it's time for us to sit up. It's time for us to be serious. So I feel they can balance it. Publish their success story. Let the world know it. It's not that you publish it one day and you keep quiet. Fine, no doubt about it. Like I said earlier, bad story sells all the time. Bad story sells very well. But not talking about that now. But let us also project the good side of science and technology.
All right. So for my own final question, do you think can media reporting, can it attract foreign investment into the African tech sector?
So can you come again, sir?
Can media reporting of innovations, can it attract foreign investment into the African tech sector?
Definitely it will attract. Once they see what they're doing, once they are projecting their image, it will definitely attract. Oh, is someone, a young boy in Nigeria is performing well. Someone can just sit there in China, in Japan. Oh, wow. I love what this guy is doing in Nigeria. I love his zeal for science and technology. Hey guys, come on, let's go down to Nigeria. Let's pick him up. But because nobody is projecting, I can't even figure out a TV station now in Nigeria that focuses more on science and technology news. Either you see people focus more on sports, you see people focus more on entertainment, you see them focus more on news alone. How many TV stations today are even focusing more on reporting science and technology? So I think that is where the issue, that is the issue. Or how many TV stations like your TV station now talks more about science and technology? So that is where we are getting it wrong, sincerely.
All right, thank you very much, Emmanuel. So I want to ask now, we understand, or we were taught in school that television media is about giving the right information, entertainment, education, and the last one has flew away for now. But my question is, many people feel that reporting science technology is kind of boring, you know, so people don't find it interesting. They feel it's so much of science and all that. So how can the media make storytelling, maybe macro drama, something that will make them get the attention of the public in science and technology? How can they bring in science and technology into storytelling and drama productions?
Well, like you said that, I sincerely, apparently said, even to me, it's even boring. Science and technology is boring for me to sit down. So most people don't even want to venture into it because it's boring. And look at how many people are even listening to science and technology. Let's look at some of our newspapers. We can have 35 pages of politics, 20 pages of news, 10 pages of sports. How many pages do we have for science and technology? Probably one. So I just feel with this, the media just have to be more creative in what they do. Probably your headline have to be very catchy, something that is going to attract the readers. You can even build up storytelling, inspiring stories from it. Build something that is going to be creative, that it will want to attract readers to read. I think with that can really help us in science. But without that, just in science and like I said, I don't even know the last time I just said let me go and check news about science and technology. I don't remember if I've done that this year, sincerely.
All right. Thank you very much, Emmanuel Oluwatomisi, for your thoughts. Thank you for your insights. And thank you for joining us on Just Africa today. Thank you, Oluwatomisi. Thank you very much for your insights. And thank you for joining us on Just Africa today.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Yes, Oluwatomisi is a journalist like us here. He is also a political analyst and a keynote speaker. Quite interesting what he said there. It was quite interesting. I mean, how many TV stations are projecting science and technology? I mean, you also made the assertion that sometimes it seems boring, and he also admitted that how many on the pages of a newspaper, how many is dedicated? Probably one or two for science and technology. So we have to.
Said two?
Said one.
That's half page. You don't have it.
So I think it starts from the mind. We need to start rebranding our minds, to accept certain things. That's the only way we can actually project ourselves as good people.
Yeah, and another good thing he mentioned is going to the rural sector, rural villages and all that, and see those raw talents. Pick them up. So we dust them. By the time, when you pick people from that level and you brush them up, you really get the best of them. It's like, of course, gold is not seen.
Yeah, like diamond and gold.
You don't see them on the surface. You have to go deep down, then clean them, wash them. You refine them for you to have something called gold, for you to have something called diamonds. So the same thing with science and technology. For me, and I totally agree with him. Let's go back there. You pointed that out, actually, that when you see someone innovated this, the person is not from Lagos. The person is not from Abuja. Maybe some north area, somewhere down in the east. That is where they are. So it's high time we actually went there, get those people, refine them, and before you know it, put them out there, we'll get it right.
Yes, science and technology shape the future, but it's media that ensures the public, policymakers and investors pay attention. By telling our own stories of innovation, Africa can actually inspire its next generation of problem solvers and claim its place in a global knowledge economy. I am Olumide Shokoya. Until next time, let's keep building Africa's future together.
And I am Omevi Idolo. Thank you for joining us.
leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years, as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather in the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom have gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather product is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition for imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
I think, as the name goes, we are still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments, own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Projects, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged.
it's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had funds to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police.
That's right.
And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. Okay. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, there are it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and provide a solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember My daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. Somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to. There's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I am not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources, we have enough intellectuals to find solution to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. It would not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of them. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. It's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions, but the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, but you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NIGERIANS is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni ewo saleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. You know, because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or you know, whereas this is a sector that is, I mean, you need long-term fund. You know, you need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that.
3 billion.
Or almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that there is the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Bokoda area, to Mahi and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia was being operated on generator, because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are building the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Udeunije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of the, but they're doing a good work because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just we live that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshobo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of we-live issue along the route from Oshobo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yes. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri, and because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. I mean, it's not repairs, but you know they need to change the oil and make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbers. Initially, NDPHC was created from the Federation account. The initial seed money for NDPHC was from the Federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our, but because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the network. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPHC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPHC. It's like LNG. I mean, you cannot. I mean, the LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. You know, I mean, of course, initially, government put in their own investment, and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPHC. I'm really hoping that we will and adopt the LNG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. You know, there's a lot of confusion in the society, you know, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPHC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPHC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." I don't have to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. 1 or 2 of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, if you, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure this discourse. We need to support the discourse to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. the amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber outtake is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well.
Okay.
So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
You have to deal with each one of them, you know, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too, this is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take one, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look. In the past, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of because petrol burns faster. You use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. Okay. I mean, not only intelligent meters. Okay. So that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What was the intelligent network? What will you do?
Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your this thing. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations. And when I say associations, it's from things like, the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground, because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. But I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture, what you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important, and to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard, but of course the position is new. Being in the government is new. but with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And for me, if you leave a place and the people that works with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them, and together I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. And one of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action. It could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. But I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it. It's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money. The story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations.
They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So then look at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say it's a good time to think, when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in house, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. what I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming and overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they got to think about. You got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you are bringing to the table, because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform, so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win, but in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. You know, because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun and recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts, Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos.
very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News. We are reaching you live from our studios at Soup News TV. Let's begin with today's top stories. The federal government maps out new financing models, including pension funds and the issuance of specialized blue bonds to drive Nigeria's marine and blue economy strategy. The Nigerian Railway Corporation announced plans to commence services on Abuja-Kaduna rail corridor come October 1st. Chinese Ambassador Yu Donghai announces siting of insulin production factory in Nigeria to mark the 76th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. And President Donald Trump deploys troops to Portland and Oregon in response to escalating protests against immigration policies. And in the world of sports, Nigeria's hopes in the 2025 CAF Cup dashed as Kwara United and Abia Warriors crash out in the first round of the continental competition. Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the World News today. The federal government is considering new financing models, including the use of pension funds and the issuance of specialized blue bonds to drive Nigeria's marine and blue economy strategy. The move is designed to close the sector's funding gap and convert national policies into measurable economic outcomes at the third quarter citizens and stakeholder engagement in the Lagos. Minister of Marine and Blue Economy Adegboyega Oyetola unveiled the plan and stressed the importance of mobilizing private capital. He explained that while the government has laid the groundwork, sustained growth will depend on partnership with institutional investors and private stakeholders ready to align with long-term development goals. Oyetola noted that early policy implementation has already yielded positive results, with non-oil exports growing by 18.6% in the first half of 2025. He said pension funds and blue bonds would provide sustainable financing streams to scale investments in shipping, fisheries, coastal infrastructure, and maritime trade, ultimately positioning Nigeria as a regional stakeholder and leader in the fast-expanding global blue economy. Now, the federal government has urged Nigerians to take advantage of policy reforms, private sector creativity, and development to finance and build an economy where small businesses thrive and prosperity is more widely acknowledged. The call was made by Vice President Kashim Shettima during the 6th annual lecture of the Development Bank of Nigeria held in the Federal Capital Territory. Vice President Shettima, represented by the Special Advisor on Economic Matters, Dr. Tokwe Fasua, said that the government policies must be seen as tools to unlock enterprise potential. He stressed that aligning innovation with financial support would help micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises into industries to expand their capacity of driving sustainable growth. The Vice President highlighted the theme of the year's lecture, positioning Nigeria MSMEs for growth in a dynamic policy environment, directly ties into the renewed hope agenda. He noted that empowering MSMEs is central to the administration's plan to diversify the economy, create jobs, and build resilience against global economic shocks. The Nigerian Customs Service has launched a major reform aimed at reducing cargo clearing time from 21 days to just 48 hours. The initiative acknowledged and knows that the one-stop shop was officially unveiled during a high-level meeting in Abuja with the Nigerian Customs Service Management and Customs Area Controller. Controller General of Customs Adewale Adeniyi, who chaired the session, said that the office would centralize clearance processes that cut red tape and boost efficiency across Nigeria's ports. By streamlining procedures, the service hopes to address long-standing bottlenecks that slow down trade, increase costs, and undermine competitiveness in the maritime sector. Senior officers at the meeting deliberated on how leaders across customs commands will drive the modernization agenda. The reform is also expected to improve transparency, strengthen revenue collection, and support the federal government's wider trade facilitation program. Stakeholders said the 48 hours target, if achieved, will mark a significant step in positioning Nigeria as a more extractive and attractive hub for international commerce. Nigeria has reaffirmed its standing in international aviation after retaining its seat on the Council of the International Civil Aviation Organization at the 42nd ICAO Assembly held in Montreal, Canada. Engineer Mahmoud Ben Tukur secured re-election, cementing the country's continued role in shaping the global aviation agenda. Ben Tukur garnered 163 votes from 185 eligible member states, defeating 11 other African candidates. His re-election ensures that Nigeria remains on part of the ICAO Council, where it contributes to critical decisions on aviation safety, security, and sustainability. The outcome reflects both Nigeria's strong diplomatic engagement and confidence of the international community in its leadership within the sector. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo-San, who led the Nigerian delegation, described the victory as a moment of pride. He noted that the result goes beyond national recognition, highlighting Africa's collective voice in global aviation. According to him, the win underlines Nigeria's commitment to advancing safe, secure, and sustainable air travel worldwide. Moving on, the Securities and Exchange Commission has issued a strong warning to Nigerians over the rising wave of artificial intelligence-driven scams targeting unsuspecting investors. The regulator said that the fraudulent operators are luring victims with promises of guaranteed profits and fake endorsements by celebrities to create a false sense of legitimacy. According to SEC platforms such as the CBEX, Silvercoin, and Tofro have been identified as operating illegally in the country. These groups advertise AI-powered trading systems that claim to deliver quick and unrealistic returns, despite having no regulatory approval or track record of legitimacy. The Commission stressed that the operations violate existing capital index laws and put investors' funds at serious risk. The warning comes amid growing concerns over the misuse of new technologies and financial fraud. SEC urged Nigerians to exercise caution and verify the status of investment schemes before committing their money. It also reassured the public that the regulator is stepping up enforcement actions to protect investors and safeguard the integrity of the financial system. The Nigerian rubber sector is gaining renewed momentum as government and industry players push to boost production, generate jobs, and position the crop as a key driver of economic growth. The effort is anchored by the Rubber Research Institute of Nigeria, which has placed rubber at the heart of industrial development and rural empowerment. The executive director of the reform, Dr. Lilia Dongo, described rubber as a strategic pillar of the economy with the capacity to transform communities and create value chain across manufacturing. She explains that the Institute's mandate includes research into both rubber and gum arabic, making it a critical player in Nigeria's push for agro-industrial development. Dongo revealed that over the past year, the industry and the institute empowered small-scale farmers through access to improved spending and seedling training programs and sustainable calculation and cultivation practices. These measures, she said, are already enhancing productivity and raising incomes in rural areas. The renewed focus on rubber is expected to reduce import dependence, expand local processing, and strengthen Nigeria's non-oil export base, according to reports. Moving on, Nigeria Railway Corporation has announced that passenger train services on Abuja-Kaduna corridor will resume on October the 1st. The resumption comes after weeks of suspension following an accident of August 26th that disrupted operations and affected commuters on the busy road. In its restart plan, the NRC said that trains will undergo weekly maintenance every Wednesday to ensure safety and operational efficiency. The corporation assured passengers that the new schedule reflects lessons learned from the recent incident, with a focus on preventing service disruptions and strengthening public confidence in rail transportation to cushion the impact on those affected by the accident. The NRC will offer free rides for a limited period. According to officials, they said that the gesture is a part of a broader effort to rebuild trust with commuters and reaffirm the government's commitment to safe, reliable rail services. Abuja-Kaduna line remains a critical link for travelers connecting the Federal Capital Territory with one of Nigeria's busiest commercial corridors, according to reports. Moving on, the ESTHER TAIWO Foundation has organized a charity outreach with the theme, Leave a Footprint Today. The event took place at the Methodist Church, Nigeria, Grace Chapel, Ikoyi, Lagos. As part of the outreach, clothes, kitchen utensils, beads, bags, and other essentials like fashion items were distributed to the needy. Speaking during the event, the founder, Asiwaju Esther Taiwo, shared a passion for humanitarian services and explained the inspiration behind the drive. In an interview with Sook News Television, she recalled her personal experiences of losing a child and later being blessed with more children. Having listened to spiritual directives, she said she stressed the importance showing care and ensuring children benefit from programs of this nature. The event was well received by beneficiaries and highlighted the foundation's commitment to touching lives and leaving lasting impact. You're still watching the World News at 3 on Sook News TV. We're going to break back in a moment to stay with us.
My name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cashcraft, your daily guide to profitable ideas inspired by African heritage, global markets, and local possibilities. Today we'll travel north to Libya, a country known for its oil, but one whose hidden treasure lies in leather. Yes, premium leather crafted by desert hands and traded through centuries. But this is not just Libya's story. This is a business opportunity you can tap into. From Kano to Accra, Lusaka to Nairobi. Let's break it down. But do not forget that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call and an eye-opener to the many opportunities out there. Now, the leather business is simple but strategic. From raw hide to refined fashion, the value chain runs deep. What you need raw material, which is animal hides. It could be from goats, sheep, cow, or camel. That's up to you. You need tanning. This helps you turn hide into durable leather. Other elements involve crafting, which is the process of making bags, shoes, belts, sandals, wallets, and more. Branding plus sales. This can be achieved via online platforms, boutiques, or local markets. One thing you need to know is that Libya's traditional leather is thick, durable, and often dyed using natural desert herbs, an edge for eco-conscious buyers. That's your niche, right? Now, are you ready for this business? Then let's get familiar with the necessary steps so you can get started. Step 1, source raw materials. Connect with local abattoirs, herders, or meat sellers. In Libya, camel and goat hides are popular, cheap but durable. Step 2, tanning. You either set up a basic tanning unit using lime, salt, water, sun drying, or partner with a local tannery. Modern vegetable tanning is eco-friendly and adds brand value. Step 3, crafting your products. Start small. Leather, wallets, bracelets, passport covers, all of that. You can just pick any. Needed tools, cutter, hole puncher, edge burnisher, thread, and all of that. Now, you need to train with a local cobbler or learn online. Hand stitching sells well. I just need to bring that information to you. We go to step 4, branding plus sales. Choose a unique name and logo, local yet global. Sell at local trade fairs, via media platforms, and all. Showcase your story. Something like inspired by Libyan nomads or desert leather, African hands. You know what I mean, right? So let's go. Let's take it further by talking profit projection in 1 minute. Let's do the maths. Raw goat hide, say 2,000 naira. Tools plus materials per wallet, one wallet, 500 naira. Retail price for handmade leather wallet. It can cost for about 6,000 to 7,000 naira or even 10,000 naira. Now you want to sell 50 wallets monthly. That's a whopping 250,000 to 500,000 naira in revenue. Now scale to sandals and bags, and you are talking bigger figures. Are you ready? Okay, so let's look at the bonus tips. Go premium, add stuffs like brass buckles, Ankara lining, or custom embossing to the items you make, and scale up. Looking at the export angle, join platforms like Africrea, Etsy, or contact Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC. Collaboration is key, so partner with fashion designers, gift box companies, or tour operators. Look, whether you are in Sokoto or Satay, Morovia or Nisrata, leather is legacy and wealth is waiting in your hands. This time around, it is inspired by Libya and driven by your hustle. So this is Cashcraft, where heritage meets hustle, and every idea counts. I am Grace Komalafe. I'll see you again.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the World News. We're reaching you live from our studios at Souk News TV. The African Development Bank has pledged new funding to scale up Nigeria's Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones program, expanding its reach from 7 states and the Federal Capital Territory to 24 additional states. The initiative is designed to transform agriculture into a business, attract private investment, and create jobs across the country's value chain. AFDB officials said the expansion reflects the program's early success in boosting productivity and strengthening linkages between farmers, processors, and markets. By clustering agro-industrial activities, the Special Processing Zone model aims to reduce post-harvest losses, lower food costs, and enhance competitiveness for Nigerian agricultural exports. The Nigerian government has welcomed the bank's commitment, describing it as a catalyst for rural development and food security, with agriculture employing a majority of Nigerian citizens. Expanded processing zones are expected to provide economic opportunities for millions, particularly youth and women. Analysts noted that scaling up to 24 more states could be a turning point in the country's quest to diversify its economy beyond oil. Now, the state-owned Uganda Development Bank is planning to raise $500 million from international debt markets to fund a major 4-year strategy aimed at expanding credit to mining, energy, and manufacturing. The bank said the move is part of efforts to support industrialization and drive economic growth in Uganda. TAIWO, UDB's head of treasury, told newsmen that the lender intends to secure the money in phases, with an initial issuance of between $100 million and $150 million possibly taking place as early as 2026. The funds will allow the bank to scale up lending to strategic projects that can generate jobs, improve infrastructure, and enhance value addition. Analysts note that Ugandans' renewed focus on mining and energy aligns with the government priorities to diversify the economy and boost exports by trading international capital markets. The UDB hopes to attract foreign investor interest while strengthening its role as a driver of private sector growth. The bank stressed that proceeds will be directed strictly toward productive sectors. Now, Algeria has announced plans to issue its first ever sovereign sukuk on November 2nd, making a major step in diversifying its financing tools, valued at $297 billion, dinars rather, or $2.3 billion. The 7-year Islamic bond will be open exclusively to local and diaspora investors. The move is aimed at narrowing the country's budget deficit while tapping into demand for Sharia-compliant financial products. Officials said the sukuk will provide Algeria with a fresh channel to mobilize domestic savings and reduce reliance on traditional borrowing. Unlike conventional bonds, sukuk are structured to comply with Islamic finance principles, making them attractive to investors who seek faith-based alternatives in capital markets. The launch underscores Algeria's effort to strengthen fiscal stability at a time of fluctuating energy revenues by limiting participation to local and diaspora investors. The government hopes to build confidence in domestic financing markets while keeping investment returns within national and community networks. According to analysts, the success of the sukuk could pave the way for more Islamic finance instruments in Algeria's economic strategy. Moving on, China has announced plans to support Nigeria's healthcare sector by establishing a local insulin production facility. The move is led by Chinese companies. It's expected to significantly reduce Nigeria's reliance on imported insulin and improve access for millions of citizens managing diabetes. The Chinese ambassador to Nigeria, Yu Dunhai, revealed the initiative at a reception in the Federal Capital Territory to mark the 76th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. He said the project represents a new frontier in China-Nigeria cooperation, extending the partnership beyond trade and infrastructure to critical areas of public health. According to Yu Dunhai, local insulin production will not only strengthen Nigeria's pharmaceutical capacity, but also create jobs, transfer technology, and make essential medicine for affordable to the citizens. Announcement adds to China's growing portfolio of investment in Nigeria, reflecting a broader commitment to deepen bilateral ties with addressing present development challenges. Health experts said the plan, once realized, could mark a turning point in the country's fight against diabetes. Now, China has officially opened the world's highest bridge, the Hejiang Grand Canyon Bridge, located in the southwestern province of Guizhou. The engineering marvel spans a deep canyon showcasing China's leadership in large-scale infrastructure and innovative bridge construction. The bridge, which soars hundreds of meters above the canyon floor, connects key transport routes in Guizhou, and it's expected to significantly reduce travel time in mountainous regions. Authorities said the project will improve local mobility, boost tourism, and open up new economic opportunities for rural communities in the province. China has built a reputation for pushing the boundaries of infrastructure design, with several of the world's tallest and longest bridge already on its record. The Hujiang Grand Canyon Bridge adds to the list, underlying Beijing's continued investment in projects that combine functionality with global prestige. Analysts said the bridge will become both a vital transport link and a landmark attraction, drawing visitors from around the world. Now, a senior United States Department of Agriculture official is in Taiwan this week for discussions as trade talks between Washington and Taipei continued. The visit was confirmed by American Institute in Taiwan, the de facto U.S. Embassy in Taipei, which said that the engagement underscores the importance of strengthening agricultural and economic ties. Taiwan, a global leader in semiconductor production, maintains a significant trade surplus with the United States. However, its export currently face a 20% tariff, a point of contention in negotiations. Officials said that lowering or removing the duty could provide relief to Taiwanese exporters while offering American companies greater access to Taiwan market. Analysts believe that the visit signals Washington's intent to balance trade issues with broader strategic cooperation. The U.S. sees Taiwan not only as a key partner in high-tech supply chains, but also as a critical ally in the Indo-Pacific. USDA's involvement highlights agriculture as an area where progress could be made despite wider tension. You're still watching the news at 3. We'll be back in a moment. Do stay with us.
Two widely used and deeply troubling terms dominate discussions around Nigerian emigration: japa and brain drain. Japa, a word that has made its way into the Oxford English Dictionary, means to leave Nigeria for another country, often Europe or America, in pursuit of education, job opportunities, or better economic prospects. It also connotes to escape or to flee. The second term, brain drain, refers to the outflow of skilled professionals, doctors, engineers, academics, and more, leaving Nigeria to contribute their talents to other nations. As a patriot, one might argue that both terms evoke concern. Japa is symptomatic of systemic failures that drive citizens away from their homeland instead of encouraging them to stay and push for reform. As authors Darren Asamoglu and James Robinson emphasized in Why Nations Fail, governance thrives under civic pressure. If the youth and professionals flee, who remains to demand accountability and enforce positive change? Likewise, brain drain depletes the country's human capital. When Nigeria's best trained professionals are developed in other nations, the country is left with fewer hands to build its own future. However, this narrative is shifting. As Bayo Olaoye explores in this special report, there is a compelling case for viewing the Nigerian diaspora not as a loss, but as an economic powerhouse. From brain drain to brain gain. Recent figures from the Nigerian Medical and Dental Council show that only about 27,000 of Nigeria's 71,740 registered doctors currently practice in the country. Thousands of Nigerian doctors, nurses, and health professionals now work in the UK and the US, contributing significantly to those nations' healthcare systems. It's a trend seen across professions, from teachers to tech experts. Critics argue these individuals should be at home, contributing to Nigeria's development. Yet, the picture is not so black and white. According to World Bank economists Art Cray and David McKenzie, poverty can often be a function of where one lives. For many Nigerians, staying home may mean remaining trapped in poverty. In that context, Emigration is a rational choice and often a necessary one. Furthermore, the idea of brain drain has evolved into brain circulation or brain gain. Many Nigerians abroad are returning with skills, capital, and experience to invest in the country. Even those who don't return still give back. As Dr. Segun Aganga noted in Reclaiming the Jewel of Africa, diaspora Nigerians do not have to physically return to make an impact. Diaspora remittances, a lifeline for millions. Diasporans are sustaining the Nigerian economy through billions in remittances. Between 2018 and 2020, Nigerians abroad sent home over $65 billion, accounting for 4% of Nigeria's GDP. These funds uplift millions of households, offering relief from poverty, hunger, and economic despair. Remittances also help stabilize the naira, acting as a buffer against foreign exchange volatility. Yet, Nigeria is missing an opportunity to fully harness this potential. The Central Bank of Nigeria has imposed capital flow restrictions, forcing remitted dollars to be exchanged only at the official rate and in naira. This approach discourages larger inflows and stifles the remittance ecosystem. Diaspora trade and investment, the next frontier. Beyond remittances lies a massive opportunity in export trade. A Commonwealth Secretariat report highlights how countries with large diasporas have a comparative advantage in export markets. With over 20 million Nigerians abroad, this is a goldmine waiting to be tapped. Nigerians abroad crave products from home, be it fashion, food, film, or fine art. But to meet this demand, Nigeria needs a deliberate strategy to engage the diaspora. This means more than just ceremonial congratulations. It demands structured collaboration, policy coordination, and economic diplomacy. NIGCOM and the policy disconnect. The Nigerian Diaspora Commission, NIGCOM, under the leadership of Abike Dabiri Erewa, has raised visibility on diaspora issues. However, its current focus remains largely reactive, centered around crises like human trafficking and consular support. For real impact, NIGCOM must collaborate with economic ministries, coordinate with trade and industry stakeholders, and act as a bridge between diaspora investors and local entrepreneurs. Beyond economics, political and institutional engagement. Nigeria must not reduce its diaspora to economic figures alone. They are citizens with a stake in the country's political future. That's why remote voting rights must be instituted, allowing diasporans to participate in national elections. Moreover, complaints about Nigerian embassies and high commissions, especially in the US and UK, must be addressed. Diasporans often face challenges with basic services like passport renewal, which leaves them feeling alienated and abandoned. This must change. The Nigerian diaspora is not a burden, it is a blessing. A sleeping economic giant that, if properly engaged, could help rewrite Nigeria's growth story. From remittances and trade to skills transfer and global influence, the diaspora is a strategic asset and not a national loss. What Nigeria needs is bold policy reform and a new mindset, one that sees migration not as failure, but as a force for economic revival. Japa may signal escape, but with the right vision, it can also spark renewal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Souk News TV.
If you just joined us, it's the World News. We are reaching you live from our studios at Souk News TV. Now we're moving on. United States President Donald Trump has ordered the deployment of troops to Portland, Oregon, in response to escalating protests against these immigration policies. The directive authorizes the use of what he called full force if necessary, marking one of the most forceful interventions in domestic unrest under his leadership. The protests, which began as demonstrations against immigration restrictions, have grown into wider confrontations between law enforcement agents and activists. Portland has long been a flashpoint for tensions over federal authority, civil liberties, and policing practices. Trump's move to deploy military personnel underscores his administration's hardline approach to dissent, particularly on issues tied to immigration and border control. Critics have warned that the order risks inflaming tensions further, arguing that the use of troops against the civilians could escalate violence rather than restore calm. Supporters, however, insist that decisive action is necessary to maintain law and order. The situation in Portland is expected to draw intense security both within the United States and internationally. Still on issues of immigration, the United Kingdom has reported its largest single-day arrival of migrants by boat after 125 people crossed the English Channel from France. The new figure surpasses the previous record set in August, and highlights the growing scale of irregular migration across one of the world's busiest and most dangerous waterways. Border officials confirmed that several small vessels were intercepted and escorted to British shores, where arrivals were processed according to immigration procedures. Authorities said the incident underscores the risk posed by human smuggling networks and the increasing desperation of those seeking entry into the UK. Despite heightened patrols and security measures, the Labour government has pledged to tighten migration controls, including reforms to asylum processing and tougher penalties on trafficking groups. However, critics argue that without expanded legal routes for asylum seekers, crossing will continue to rise. The record-setting arrival is expected to intensify the political debate over immigration, border security, and the UK's humanitarian obligations under international law. Now, Britain's Labour government is preparing new measures to tighten conditions for foreign workers seeking permanent settlement. The move is part of the wider reforms aimed at balancing the country's need for skilled labor with public concerns over immigration levels and long-term residency rights. Under the planned changes, foreign workers may face stricter eligibility criteria, longer qualifying periods, or additional proof of economic contribution before being guaranteed settlement status. Now, officials said the approach is designed to ensure that residency is tied more closely to skills, productivity, and integration into the wider economy. The Labour government has faced mountainous pressure to address immigration policy amid debates over labour shortages in key sectors such as healthcare, construction, and technology. The supporters of the reforms argue that it will safeguard opportunities for British workers while maintaining access to needed skills. Critics, however, warn that the tougher rules could discourage talents and undermine industries reliant on foreign expertise. The policy proposals are expected to spark intense debate in Parliament and beyond. Moving on, OPEC Plus is expected to approve another oil production increase from November as member states weigh supply adjustment against the global demand trends. The Saudi-led alliance is considering at least the same rise of 137,000 barrels per day already scheduled for October, with discussions focused on maintaining market stability while supporting revenues for producers. Analysts said the proposed increase reflects OPEC Plus' cautious approach amid fluctuating energy prices and economic uncertainty in key consumer regions, with demand projected to remain steady into winter. Members see gradual production hike as a way of balancing global supply without triggering a sharp downturn in prices. The decision will be closely monitored by major importers who remain concerned about energy costs and inflationary pressures. A fresh output boost could ease supply constraints, but expert warns that it may not significantly lower prices given ongoing geopolitical risk and transportation bottlenecks. The final approval of the November quota is expected at the grand upcoming ministerial meeting, according to reports. Now, to climate matters, the climate change and environmental degradation are eroding the natural resources Europe relies on for its economic stability, according to reports. The European Environment Agency warned on Monday that the agency is set to biodiversity across the continent is in sharp decline, driven largely by unsustainable production and consumption patterns, particularly within the food system. According to the report, more than 80% of Europe's protected habitats are now classified as being in poor or bad condition over exploitation of land and water, pollution, and the spread of invasive alien species are accelerating the loss, putting ecosystems and the services they provide at risk. The EEA also highlighted growing strain on water resources, which are under severe pressure from rising demand and climate-driven changes. According to officials, they cautioned that the continued degradation of the ecosystem directly undermines Europe's long-term economic security. They argue that addressing climate change and restoring biodiversity must move from policy pledges to urgent action, with governments, industries, and consumers all playing a role in shifting towards sustainable practices. And now to the world of sports. Nigeria's hopes in the 2025 CAF Confederation Cup suffered an early blow as Kwara United and Abia Warriors were eliminated in the first round of the continental competition. Both clubs failed to advance beyond their opening fixtures, ending their campaigns almost as soon as they began for Kwara United. The defeat was particularly disappointing after a promising domestic season that had raised expectations of a stronger continental run. Abia Warriors also struggled to find a rhythm against tougher opposition, exposing gaps in preparation and squad depth that the international level requires. The early exit left Nigerian fans frustrated and raised questions about the readiness of domestic leagues to compete against Africa's best. The Confederation Cup disappointment underscores broader challenges facing Nigerian football, including limited resources and consistent management and the need for stronger player development pathways. Analysts argue that until structural reforms are made, Nigerian clubs may continue to struggle to match the performance of their North and Southern African rivals in the continental stage. And Nigeria's Flying Eagles will begin their campaign today at the FIFA Under-20 World Cup in Chile, aiming to win the coveted trophy for the first time in the country's history. Despite 13 previous appearances on the global stage, the team has yet to source the title, though it has produced memorable performances and several near misses. The squad, coached by the blend of experienced technical staff and rising talents, enters the tournament with high expectations from fans back home. Nigeria, known for producing world-class players through its youth system, and many see the Under-20 World Cup as an opportunity for new stars to emerge. The team will be hoping to make a strong start as it faces its group stage opponents beyond the pursuit of the silverware. The Flying Eagles campaign is viewed as a test of Nigerian football development system. Success in Chile could inspire confidence in the next generation of players, while also reaffirming Nigeria's place as one of Africa's traditional football powerhouse on the global stage. Now that's a wrap of the news, but before we go, yes, a recap of today's top stories. Now, the federal government maps out new financing models, pension funds, and the issuance of specialized blue bonds to drive Nigeria's maritime and blue economy strategy. A Nigerian Railway Corporation announced plans to commence services on the Abuja-Kaduna rail corridor come October 1st. Chinese Ambassador Yu Donghai announces a sighting of Nigeria's economic factory in Nigeria to mark the 76th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. And President Donald Trump deploys troops to Portland and Oregon in response to escalating protests against his immigration policy. And in the world of sports, we did told you the Nigerian hopes to get out of the 2025 World Cup dashed as the Kwara United and Abia Warriors crashed out in the first rounding of the continental competition. Now, many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Super News TV. I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. Good afternoon to you.
Two widely used and deeply troubling terms dominate discussions around Nigerian emigration: japa and brain drain. Japa, a word that has made its way into the Oxford English Dictionary, means to leave Nigeria for another country, often Europe or America, in pursuit of education, job opportunities, or better economic prospects. It also connotes to escape or to flee. The second term, brain drain, refers to the outflow of skilled professionals, doctors, engineers, academics, and more, leaving Nigeria to contribute their talents to other nations. As a patriot, one might argue that both terms evoke concern. Japa is symptomatic of systemic failures that drive citizens away from their homeland instead of encouraging them to stay and push for reform. As authors Darren Asimoglu and James Robinson emphasized in Why Nations Fail, governance thrives under civic pressure. If the youth and professionals flee, who remains to demand accountability and enforce positive change? Likewise, brain drain depletes the country's human capital. When Nigeria's best-trained professionals are developing other nations, the country is left with fewer hands to build its own future. However, this narrative is shifting. As Bayo Olaoye explores in this special report, there is a compelling case for viewing the Nigerian diaspora not as a loss, but as an economic powerhouse. From brain drain to brain gain. Recent figures from the Nigerian Medical and Dental Council show that only about 27,000 of Nigeria's 71,740 registered doctors currently practice in the country. Thousands of Nigerian doctors, nurses, and health professionals now work in the UK and the US, contributing significantly to those nations' healthcare systems. It's a trend seen across professions, from teachers to tech experts. Critics argue these individuals should be at home, contributing to Nigeria's development. Yet, the picture is not so black and white. According to World Bank economists Art Cray and David McKenzie, poverty can often be a function of where one lives. For many Nigerians, staying home may mean remaining trapped in poverty. In that context, emigration is a rational choice and often a necessary one. Furthermore, the idea of brain drain has evolved into brain circulation or brain gain. Many Nigerians abroad are returning with skills, capital, and experience to invest in the country. Even those who don't return still give back. As Dr. Segun Aganga noted in Reclaiming the Jewel of Africa, diaspora Nigerians do not have to physically return to make an impact. Diaspora remittances, a lifeline for millions. Diasporans are sustaining the Nigerian economy through billions in remittances. Between 2018 and 2020, Nigerians abroad sent home over $65 billion, accounting for 4% of Nigeria's GDP. These funds uplift millions of households, offering relief from poverty, hunger, and economic despair. Remittances also help stabilize the naira, acting as a buffer against foreign exchange volatility. Yet, Nigeria is missing an opportunity to fully harness this potential. The Central Bank of Nigeria has imposed capital flow restrictions, forcing remitted dollars to be exchanged only at the official rate and in naira. This approach discourages larger inflows and stifles the remittance ecosystem. Diaspora trade and investment, the next frontier. Beyond remittances lies a massive opportunity in export trade. A Commonwealth Secretariat report highlights how countries with large diasporas have a comparative advantage in export markets. With over 20 million Nigerians abroad, this is a goldmine waiting to be tapped. Nigerians abroad crave products from home, be it fashion, food, film, or fine art. But to meet this demand, Nigeria needs a deliberate strategy to engage the diaspora. This means more than just ceremonial congratulations. It demands structured collaboration, policy coordination, and economic diplomacy. NIDCOM and the policy disconnect. The Nigerian Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, under the leadership of Abike Dabiri Erowa, has raised visibility on diaspora issues. However, its current focus remains largely reactive, centered around crises like human trafficking and consular support. For real impact, NIDCOM must collaborate with economic ministries, coordinate with trade and industry stakeholders, and act as a bridge between diaspora investors and local entrepreneurs. Beyond economics, political and institutional engagement. Nigeria must not reduce its diaspora to economic figures alone. They are citizens with a stake in the country's political future. That's why remote voting rights must be instituted, allowing diasporans to participate in national elections. Moreover, complaints about Nigerian embassies and high commissions, especially in the US and UK, must be addressed. Diasporans often face challenges with basic services like passport renewal, which leaves them feeling alienated and abandoned. This must change. The Nigerian diaspora is not a burden, it is a blessing. A sleeping economic giant that, if properly engaged, could help rewrite Nigeria's growth story. From remittances and trade to skills transfer and global influence, the diaspora is a strategic asset and not a national loss. What Nigeria needs is bold policy reform and a new mindset, one that sees migration not as failure, but as a force for economic revival. Japa may signal escape, but with the right vision, it can also spark renewal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Soup News TV.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetona Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetona Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetona's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Ereko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role Oba Adetona maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Abuja returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetona built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Ojude Oba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetona, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across 3 Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, Souk Perspective.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Ipega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Ipega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like 50, almost 45 years ago. But I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss, because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year, I had to work in a post office in London. And it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there, I finished. As I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978, 79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days, there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos, or should I say Abuja, was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTE used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Ms. Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan, we'll go to Ijebu, we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts. My dad would pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion, evolving through Nigeria, has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200+ million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for higher specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance these fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented. And I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor, as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money towards it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti, What's your problem? You're Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, you know, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally, we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. You know, Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, TAIWO and Kehinde, we won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future, and we I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, you know, and the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you are treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But, you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. I mean, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and live. You have to come home small. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, sorry. And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I don't put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the seventh day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different from projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with pidgin English. And you know, pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak pidgin in Hawaii. They speak pidgin in China. They speak pidgin, Old English Cockney is pidgin. American even is a form of pidgin because they've Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She's an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoise shell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the Meneme people, who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the Meneme people say to God, please, give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these Meneme people has to go to the Venus Bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. And you must have faith in your ancestors as well as in a God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities. And these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something, actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Pa Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria, as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows. And it's very important. Like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well. That Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry. And we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood. There's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also Chinawood, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration is, I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have a very good English business partner. He's really a business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward because people want to know about Nigeria. They love, in Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's something it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives. And that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche and the taboos of oh, we don't want our child to marry a musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer. You could be a filmmaker. You could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing. You could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's river side, there's one okra, seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking when my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a goosey for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly, I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles. And I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be a lie to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays. And Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sports. Polo. Nigeria, I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment, and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make worlds, and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the bill is a good one for Nigeria. And I think that the bill will be a catalyst for business to thrive in Nigeria. So my position and my perspective to the bill would be that it will be a very positive one for Nigeria going forward. If eventually the bill scale through the legislative processes and it have actually eventually become a law. So that would be my position. Thank you. Yeah, the bill will help business in different areas. Let me mention, for instance, the payee is part of cost for a business. It's part of staff cost. And for especially small businesses, which are the major backbone of the economy, the bill is proposing a reduction, that is proposing tax exemption for some category of lower staff cadre, which in essence is a cost reduction for businesses. So by that, it will help the business to thrive. Also, many people will come, by virtue of that, employ more people, which will bring a robust activity for the economy. And at the same time, there's some category of people that their tax will also be reduced compared to what is currently in operation. So it is a positive atmosphere for business. And when you look at it from the perspective of VAT too, you also see that there's going to be zero tax on some product. There's also going to be tax exempt on some products, especially for masses, people, low-income earner. So some certain products, there's going to be exemption. There's some certain product that's going to be zero tax related. So by that, it will bring a more robust business activity. So by it, and then it will have positive effect on business and economy in general. Yeah, the argument is important. It's very, very important. But when you look at it, fix and fix, the small business it will encourage more small business. And also, even the 50 million turnover is not a small thing for business, though it is still small relatively to the economic activity. But it is a plus, right? And again, for business that their activity are more than 50 million, then it's good that they should pay tax and contribute little as company income tax to back to the economy. Now, if their taxes are used judiciously, then it will bring more infrastructure to the economy. Then there will be development in the country. Then we'll also be able to look at the advanced country. We envy them, we look at them that there are infrastructures in places, then these things are not cheap. They are not cheap. So, but the main focus for now is that is in a positive trend. It's a positive trend. I encourage that the bill should be passed and the implementation then should be followed so that it will bring a positive effect to the economic generally and the business will thrive going forward. Well, I don't see disadvantage, but I see challenge. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is that naturally, human beings were adverse to change. So if something is bringing a change, especially when you want to take us out of a comfort zone, we may not want to willingly agree with it. But for me, I think the positive and the benefits outweigh whatever probably challenge or the disadvantage we may envisage. So I still strongly believe that the bill is in the right direction for us. Okay, I think from the angle of the value-added tax, what I would like to say in that area is that it will help the lower income earners because, like I mentioned earlier, that there's some products that's going to be zero rated, which means that there is not going to be tax VAT on them. There are some that are totally tax VAT exempted, so which means that, and these products, they are products that commonly is everybody really, but more of a masses low income earner will know with the VAT that will have been paid on it will have been an impact on them, then it's taking off. So I think from that perspective is also a good and a welcome one. And it compared to what was proposed before, a general increase in the VAT rate across board. So this one is narrow it down to a particular area. So wherein it also exempt or puts zero rated on some product that are commonly used by the masses. So it's a positive direction. It's a good one. Yeah, okay. One, from the tax perspective, one of the very good things about this bill is that it allows that you claim input fats. VAT is what you sell, what you buy. So the net effect of it is what you remit. Then this bill also helps to claim some expenses which currently is not in operation. So it's a positive one. Then again, you mentioned the increase in the VAT going forward. Well, let's appreciate that the increase is going to be gradual. That's one. Then two, let's also remember that the VAT, some of these products, they are not going to be with VAT again. That with common people like me and you, transport, there's not going to be VAT on it. Rent, no VAT on it. Food item, no VAT on it any longer, and many more. Eggs, no VAT on it any longer. So you can see that the VAT is going to be increased gradually, but it's not across board. So those basic that we know is every day is already been taken care of. So I think it should give it to the people that work on this bill. Okay, thank you so much for that angle and the question. I want to say that Federal Inland Revenue Services, they are really trying. And I can tell you, there's no system that doesn't have its own challenge. But FRS, they are trying. And they are moving from those days of Alanok. Now we have task promise. You can do your filing right from the comfort of your office. You don't need to visit their office, except there is a challenge. Right? So, they are doing well, but they are not yet at the best. So, and there is room for improvement. They're already deploying technology. So, what they need to do is to scale up and up to the task. But currently, they are doing well. So, they just need to improve. Well, it depends on the perspective you look at it. Is it shrinking? Yes, we have some companies that are no more within the soul of the Nigerian. So in that case, their taxes is no more coming to us. But again, look at other businesses that are springing forth. So definitely those are coming to the tax net. And then again, there are some companies that are not, businesses that are not in tax net. So through the use of technologies by FRS, they're already bringing them to tax net. So the tax net is increasing. So the net effect of it, you can say, is increasing. Though we have some that are leaving the soul of Nigeria. So net effect of it, the tax net is increasing. Because we have people that businesses that are coming to Nigeria, and we have people that are businesses that are already in Nigeria, but they are not in TASNet, but they are already bringing them to TASNet. So it's like they are looking at perspective of increasing the threshold from 25 million to 50 million, as the case may be. Yeah. So are they saying that the government should also still be taxing 25 million? Threshold? So we should applaud the bill that give opportunity for businesses that their threshold is less than 50 million, as the case may be. So, but from that angle, if you are looking at it that the business is shrinking, I don't see from that angle. I see from the angle of if the business is doing well and you are not to pay tax, rent, then your business is becoming robust, then you exceed the 50 million threshold. Then you also come back to the tax to be paid. So it is a way of giving boost to the business. And by the time the business is doing well beyond that threshold, then they'll be able to give back to the society. So it's a win-win situation. It's like giving a kind of relief to a business for them to thrive. And when they become better, doing well, then it's an encouragement to business, which they will also come to the net after that. So it's a good one. The chairman of the
chairman, Sakios.
Yes.
How would you assess his performance so far?
Yeah, I think Mr. Sakios is a reformer. Yes. Looking at the step he has taken after assuming the office, and I also see that he's somebody that is listening. He has a close relationship with the former chairman of FRS. Probably he has learned some of things from him, challenges that he faced when he was there. So I think he's helping the current chairman. And if you look at the revenue they are getting, they are meeting up with the target. And at the same time, if you look at the staff, I don't see much of issues, challenges within them. So those are the indices that you can look at from the performance of a leader. Look at the staff that is leading, look at the target, the businesses also, are they fairly? So I think he's doing well, but he can do better.
Interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of legendary contemporary Nigerian artists, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, Souk Enlightenment. Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souk Enlightenment. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.